Hi. We are back. We are back, boys. Hi, Sertal. Hi, San. I'm going to wait 1 or 2 minutes in case anyone else would like to join. But yeah, usually we are not that many people, but I hope to those who come here, you you're enjoying the story. Okay. Oh man. Also, again, sorry, like, the notification for today's stream has been with such a short period of time. Again, I wasn't sure whether or not I could be able to stream today. Hi there, guys. Hi. I wasn't sure whether or not I would be able to stream on YouTube today because I have to work on commissions. So it was like, if I made a decent progress, I would. If not, I wouldn't. I think I have made some progress, so that means I can stream in peace for now. So yep, I hope you guys are ready to continue with the adventure. We leave it at a very interesting point. So let me quickly mute the music. Let me put this slightly higher. And let's go, shall we? Let me organize the screen. Let me organize my screen a tiny bit. So I know what I should look at and all of that. Hold on. In case something happens. I think something like this. And this here. The problem, I have a big screen, but like, you know, there is so much space you can use. Okay. And let me put chat over at here and this here. Okay, I think like this should be fine. Let's go then. So we are starting in the interrogation part, so not really. There is still like place left to use, but you know, I need to organize this so I can watch everything that I need properly. Okay, let's go. So, do you like hurting people?
Yeah.
No, that's not it.
Negative.
Well then, do you like hurting people while they are unconscious?
違います。
I feel you.
あ
This is where we use everything that we have collected during the investigations part, the exploration part. You are struggling with why the moment I open the window and I start the streaming, there is a dog barking. Hold on. I swear. You are struggling with something that's hard to put into words. I feel you.
あ。さん。
His face. My
これ
God.
は
Is your house covered in plants because you are trying to distract yourself?
それは
Not exactly. It's also a hobby of mine. positive.
ポジティブ。そうか。
So now you have reached a point where you can't lie to yourself anymore. Yes, I will say so. It's no use. It's no use. Damn it. Okay. Say nothing. His smoke is moving slowly and its color is getting brighter.
そうだな。
What did you come to Shinkoumi? Did you figure you could achieve your goal here?
それは
Well, provoke
ネ
him.
ガティブに。
After all, nobody here bats an eye when people get hurt or killed. Say nothing?
欲望の答えは
Ta, ta, ta. Flowers.
花。
The animation, I love it so much.
花が好き。本当に花が好きなのか。
それは本当は
Let's move to the second part.
まだだ。まだ足りない。
待ってください。
Ikuina, please put yourself together.
気になるか。
Are you interested in my scar?
はい。
Yes. Positive.
ポジティブに。
Are you into a scar the same way I am? Well, no problem for you.
ああ。いいぜ。
You got Thompson if you want to. If it's you, I don't mind.
お前は
Do you want to give someone a scar? Cut them?
ネガティブ。
His smile, I swear, this smile.
トワさん
Don't hold back.
それでいい。
But say nothing. His smoke is lighter and softer now. We are getting there, guys. Which do you prefer, cutting or being cut? What?
ポジ
Positive.
ティブ。ああ。
Definitely prefer cutting then. Um, maybe
Yes.
both?
面白い。
Or maybe you like both?
言えよ。
If you tell it to me straight, I will. Making sure.
ネガティブに。
Want me to finish that thought? Then I start talking. What? What's gotten into you? Are you still hesitating? Am I doing this wrong? I don't think so.
傷跡を。
Okay, okay. He clearly have obsession with this.
傷。 本当に興味があるのは傷だよな。
はい。
ああ、全部わかった。切
What
り
do you
裂きたい。
think is
それ
going
が
to
お前
happen
の
now?
望みなんだな。
あ、そうです。その通りです。
What do you think is going to happen? Hi, Jumpy. Oh, hi there, Jun. Something horny, violent, or both? Let's see. All I know is that this scene in specific doesn't
俺
need
が
to be
本当に欲
censored.
しいものは花なんかじゃない。ただ花で代用していただけなんだ。
Hi, Alex.
俺は本当は人の肌につけられた傷が見たい。正確には傷の中身が。でもそんなことはできないから、自分の腕を傷つけても見たけどやっぱり物足りなくて。
He squinted his eyes, as if enduring invisible pain. Then he smiled faintly.
花は人みたいに抵抗しないのに、傷つければ体液を流してくれる。それがなんだか俺を受け入れてくれてるように感じて慰められた。花さえあればなんとかなる、そう思ってたのに、だんだん物足りなくなってきて。
You need therapy, boy. You need some severe therapy.
それに花を何度も潰してるうちになんだかかわいそうにもなってきて。
His hands in that gaze locked onto me.
不思議と人に対してはそう思わないんです。かわいそうって。でも人はすごく抵抗するからなかなかいいようにできなくて、ずっとどうすればいいのかを考えてて思いついたんです。切ってから手当てをする方法を。
So yeah, it's confirmed that he is the person that has been cutting and healing people all this time. Nice hobby you got there, man.
それなら怪我をさせてもまだ許されるんじゃないかと思って。
Sure.
それにこの町にはデスマッチがあるから、怪我人が道端に転がっていてもそれほど気にしないでしょう。今度は周りの目が厳しくてとてもじゃないけどできません。だから俺はこの町に来たんです。治安が悪いって言ったらそれまでだけど、新興味は本土よりも俺と似たような人が多いんじゃないかって思ったから。
Who would have thought the flower guy would end up be like this? If we can we do between as a hobby. Don't compare me to this. Don't compare me to Ikuina, oh my god. Ikuina paused there to let out a breath. His brow tightly knitted.
人を傷つけるのは最小限にとどめて、あとは花で代用して、そうやって自分を騙しながらやってきたけど、もう無理です。物足りなくて苦しくて、誰かを切れば切るほどどんどん欲求が膨れ上がって。そんな時に偶然トワさんが倒れているのを見つけて、切りつけてから手当てをしている時に見たんです。体中に残る傷跡を。全身が震えるほどのショックを受けて、その時に自分の欲望をはっきりと自覚しました。ああ、俺本当は心ゆくまで誰かを切ってみたいんだって。切ってその中身が見たいって。
Wow. Man. Oof. Okay.
俺をこの部屋に連れ込んだのもそのせいか。
Give me the he not.
はい。ただ あの時は切る目的じゃなくてトワさんの傷跡をもっと見たいと思ったんです。
I low-key remember Ikuina being one of the sanest one in the game compared to the other characters. I forgot no one is sane in this game. Compared to the other ones,
トワさんの
he's
傷
not like
特に胸の真ん中にある大きな傷が
as bad. So distracted by memory, he swallowed.
胸の傷が本当にすごくてどうやったらこんな風になるんだろうって思って
And everyone, remember this game is very long. Please try to remember some important details to the story, things that characters mention, because it will be more relevant than you think it may be. Okay? Okay.
トワさんを解放した後興奮が収まらなくて眠れなくてすぐにトワさんが倒れていたあたりへ戻って聞き込みをしたんです。体中が傷だらけの人を知らないかって。あの時はトワさんの名前も知らなかったけどある人と知り合ってその人からトワさんのことを教えてもらってルーストにも行ったんです。
ある人。
それはすみません言えません。
This is the moment when someone that has already played the game realizes things are happening. Holy shit, okay. Okay. Guiltily, he averted his eyes. Try to remember that.
匿名の花の配達もわざとか。
はいトワさんに近づくために。でもどうして俺だって分かったんですか？
花言葉だ。気持ちを込めすぎたな。
ああ正直気づいてほしいという気持ちもあったので。
He laughed blissfully.
それに
Blissfully.
お前が配達した花からアブさんの匂いがした。
Yep. That smell that he kept mentioning every time. That was it.
アブさんヨモギか。
この部屋の匂い、そうだろ。
そうです。ヨモギは昔ばあちゃんが家で育てていてなんとなく好きなんです。だから香り袋を作って部屋のあちこちに置いてるんです。もちろん育ててもいますし。でも匂いってそんなに移るものなんですね。自分では全然気がつかなかったです。うかつだったな。
And yet, for some reason, he was smiling.
俺トワさんなら俺の気持ちを分かってくれるんじゃないかってずっと思ってました。人の傷の中身が見たいっていう妄想だけが膨らんでいって、今はもう自分でもどうすればいいのかわからないんです。
昔からそうだったのか？
いえ、ただ子供の頃にすごくショックを受けたことがあって、多分それからだと思います。
ショック？
はっきりとは覚えてないんですけど、子供の頃誰かをナイフで傷つけたんです。何度も何度も。すごく怖くて逃げ出したくて、でも傷から真っ赤な血があふれるところはよく覚えていて、それが影響してるんじゃないかとは思います。
Please go to therapy. When he was finished, Ikuina took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He was clearly trying to get his emotions under control. His flushed cheeks and pursed lips betrayed the sin he felt. Meanwhile, I shot a quick glance around the room. The floor and table were both littered with flower petals, as was the bed, as if for decorative effect.
やれよ。
At this, his eyes widened in surprise.
お前の願望は分かった。好きにしていい。
トワさん、
He stared at me in disbelief. I rolled at my sleeves, revealing the scarred flesh of my arm, and offered it to him. Hands shaking, he slowly picked up his knife and pointed the tip at me.
本当にいいんですか？
Hesitantly, he stopped the knife just before it touched my skin. My only response was a faint smile. No, you guys are paying attention. His expression stiffened, and he stared down at my bare flesh. Then, summoning his resolve, he pressed the blade to my skin and drew a cut across it. Slowly, the line turned scarlet as beads of blood rose to the surface. Mixing it with his heavy breathing, I could hear what sounded like a moan. Okay. No. Yes, that is what is going to happen. As the cat stung, I donned a provocative sneer.
まだまだここからだろう。ほら。
I thrust my arm at him, goading him on farther. But the first cat must have slipped a switch on him, because this time he sank the knife into me without hesitation. Deeper too. Actually, no, this scene, as far as I remember, this scene doesn't need to be censored. Like, it's not explicit. Don't worry. But it will go in... Yeah, the sharp pain made me grunt. Unlike sex or violence, the pain of piercing the flesh was especially vivid. It had been a while since I last felt it. That will take a bit. As the thrill set in, I licked my lips. Now there were two fresh cuts side by side. The blood from the second overtook that of the first. A coppery smell filled the room. The knife fell to the bed, leaving a big red stain on the white sheets. Now it looked as though the petals were floating atop of a sheet of blood.
Towa-san.
He called out to me desperately. As the aching pain rushed to my head, I spread the cut wider with my fingers. There was so much blood it almost looked fake. A slither of pale pink flesh was visible deep inside. Ikuina saw it and swallowed hard. Again, for anyone that may be sensitive to these kind of things, please leave now, because this is only the beginning. Please leave now. He wants it. He gazed at the cat like it was a long-lost lover. This was what he had been yearning for. Open eye, book. Gently he took my bloody arm, spread the cat, and gazed inside hungrily. Meanwhile, I picked the knife off the bed and slashed it back of his hand with no warning. It's an reflection on how you want it your partner. Of course not. Startled, he pulled his hand away and looked at me. With a daring grin, I licked the blood from the blade.
俺にもやらせろよ。お前の中身見せろ。
He's having fun, I guess.
Towa-san.
They seemed to open the floodgates, so to speak.
待って。胸の傷、見せてください。
He took the knife from me and used it to cut my shirt in half. In doing so, he revealed the scar that ran straight down the center of my chest. He froze, paralyzed. I think that could be way better for him, not gonna lie. I drew my bleeding art to my chest and rubbing it back and forth, right in front of him. In a blink, a fresh coat of crimson paint was applied to my raised scars. We were both breathing hard, and I could see Ikuina bulge through his pants. As far as I remember, I don't need to censor this one. As far as I remember. But right now I wasn't looking for the raw pleasure of boring old regular sex. I just wanted to penetrate each other with the knife instead. Game over. Neither of us said a word, but we both knew. Ikuina grabs the knife and presses the tip just below my clavicle. Oh, yeah. Then, in a single sheath motion, he dragged it down towards my navel. The pain of this cut was far more intense than the last. It shot through the center of my body, making me gasp for breath. Now a new cut was being parried to my chest scar. Breathing heavily, Ikuina tossed the knife away and ran both hands over my chest. He pressed his thumb to the fresh incision and slowly spread it apart. That boy ain't right. I know. I grimaced and groaned. It was agony. I felt like he was literally ripping me apart. And I loved it. My brain converting the bone-rating pain into pleasure. In that sense, it was actually smoothing. Oh, Jesus. The more directly it injured my physical body, the better. And the more passionate, the better. I wanted more. I wanted the pain to dominate me. He's not okay. And the fact that he thinks he's fine. Oh. Ikuina spread my chest wound and let out a gasp for was both sensual and wistful. The cut wasn't deep enough to see my organs, but it was still flesh normally hidden from sight. Now that he was faced with the kind of wound he always dreamed of, Ikuina trembled. Wet with blood, the living flesh winged and breathed.
Towa-san, 綺麗だ.
His voice was an entranced murmur. We know the truth about Nayo's knife on the farther side. No! As he gasped for breath, I laughed and pulled the knife from his hand. Flustered, he stripped his clothes off and then... Let me just put the sensor just in case the next... I don't think I need to, but just in case. So close, our noses almost touched, our lips almost touched. Okay, no. Nip. Yep. When I pressed the knife to his chest, then I pressed the knife to his chest and dragged it down. Ikuina let out a small jab and gritted his teeth. A single cut had formed on his otherwise flawless chest, crying tears of blood onto me. I sat up slightly and ran my tongue along the incision. I started from the bottom and worked way up. The taste of metal filled my mouth. He's crying from happiness. With his brows knit tightly, he looked at me and smiled, still dripping fluid onto me. There, on his face, the pain and pleasure had jumped together to create true joy.
Towa-sanとお揃いですね。同じような後になるかな。
おい。
さあな。
At this, his smile deepened. Slowly, he climbed farther on top of me. We were both connected by our chest cuts. The old beneath the new. this was what we wanted. Our blood mixed together, our bodies went and warm. The intermittent pain was proof that we were still alive. Every time we moved, our cuts caught on each other, spreading each other open. I could feel his soft flesh. The blood kept pouring, enveloping our bodies in that warmth.
Towa-san.
Ikuina took the knife and pressed it against my arm. As it moved, a new calf was born beneath it, red fluid trailing just behind. Next, I took the knife and cut him right back. As our dead cuts joined together, we continued to crave into each other's bodies, sharing the endless pain.
Towa-san. Towa-san. As my consciousness grew fuzzy from the pain and blood loss, I started to laugh. Every breath I took was wet with blood. As my fingers clutched the seat, they brushed something, the scattered petals. I grabbed a handful and split them over Ikuina's back. As they fluttered down, a few slipped in between us and landed in the blood, which quickly stained them red. Almost like a little chunk of meat has been torn off of us. Laughing, I grabbed even more petals and scattering them over his back, over and over. With all the blood and petals and cuts, we must have looked insane. And in fact, we were. I accepted that insanity and returned it with full force. My output was a work of art. I mixed other people's madness with my own, blended it, needled it, painted it. In that sense, my art was always a group of projects made with other people's bombing and script. Why do you express it like that? I never knew people's insides could be so beautiful. I always yearned to see it. And you were the one to show it to me, Towa-san. It means the world to me. Thank you so much.
タクか。終わった。迎えに来てくれ。場所は。
After Ikuina's euphoric episode, I scrapped together the last thread of my conscious mind. Then, with shaking fingers, I pressed a call on my cell phone. Luckily, Taku picked up, and 20 or 30 minutes later, he and Ray came running into Ikuina's condo. I went back home to the clinic, and Ikuina was taken to a different facility, the Takanokuchi Medical Office. Apparently, Taku made the call after he saw that my injuries were a lot worse than he was expecting. After cutting each other to shreds, Ikuina and I had lost a lot of blood, and if I had waited any longer to make the call, he said I might have died. But from my perspective, these sort of things happen all the time. I will interrogate my art model to learn their darkest wishes, and then I will grant them. Most people who were drawn to apply to euphoria modeling it generally had some sort of unspeakable darkness burning inside. Birds of a feather flock together, as they say, all the time. I don't know if you remember when we started the game. you will see. If I determined that I was able to grant their wish and that they truly crave it from the bottom of their heart, I will respond to their email. That said, I rejected any desire pertaining directly to death. Not that I was afraid to die, but there was no coming back from it. Once I was dead, there was nothing left to look forward to. I could generally find out if someone's desire was the real deal by talking to them about it. It helped that I could observe their emotional reactions through their smoke. If it wasn't the real deal, then I called the whole thing off on the spot. Thus far, I have never made the wrong call. By making use of my conversational skills under smoke, I could get a near-perfect read on people. This made them easy marks to manipulate. No one who modeled for me ever spoke of their euphoric episodes to a third party. I only chose the ones who I knew I wouldn't turn around and regret it later. That was why I often went a few months in between pieces. Why was I so committed to drawing people's dark desires? Well, for one thing, it interested me, and for another, I lived for the exact moment when my model's dream came true, and their every trace of rationality melted away like butter. Chapter 1. Phrase. End. How was it, guy? How was the first chapter? This is the first of many to come. This is how the game starts. Before you can choose any route, like, at least you know of, this is how the game starts. After Taku patched me up back at the clinic, he ordered me to stay and recuperate until I regained my strength. These two always happen after a euphoric episode. He could hover at my side and nurse me back to health. And since he already did my laundry and cleaned my apartment, it wasn't much extra work. But Ray warned him not to neglect the clinic patients too much. It was very... According to Ray, Taku was a kind and generous person who tended to get tunnel vision when he focused too hard on one thing. He and I had known each other for a long time, but even though Ray failed, he was often overly protective of me. After a week of medical treatment, I was able to sit upright again. And although I was in less than stellar condition, I started camping out in my room to paint. Before Ikuina's contribution fading away entirely, I packed it all over of my system, steadily drawing my white canvas in paint. Now that I had entered the painting stage, I became a single-minded robot. Neither Taku nor Raid tried to interact with me. They just watched me from the doorway. Anytime they tried to speak to me while I was painting, I just ignored them. I didn't turn the TV on like normal, nor did I take a smoke break. If at any point my brush fell still, it was to stare blankly into the space or pass out on the floor. By this point, Taku and Ray had given up trying to change me, so they just let me do my thing. Only once I finished my art, whenever that was, in a week or a month, I would leave my apartment. This time it took 2 weeks. I barely ate or drank the entire time, so I was emaciated and weak. Since it wasn't safe for me to be walking around in that state, Taku and Ray demanded that I contact them as soon as my art was finished. Still sitting in front of the easel, I set down my paintbrush and pulled my phone out of the pocket of my coveralls. My fingers, stained blank with paint, slowly tap out a message to the Taku Raid group chat. A short while later, I hear the elevator arrive at my floor. Loud footsteps approached my door. Then it burst open and Taku ran in dress in white lab coat.
What the go?
I nodded. With a sigh of relief, Taku walked up to me.
具合は大丈夫か？酒が飲みたい。
Dude had a near-death experience. The moment he was able to stand up, he sat next to a canvas and barely eat and drink anything for 2 weeks, and the first thing he asked for is alcohol. But yeah, what you say about all the time, remember when at the start of the game he was painting in a canvas? Yeah, it was because he had another euphoric episode. So, yeah.
その前に飯だろ。レイに何か買ってきてもらうから待ってろ。
He pulled his cell phone out of his coat pocket. The conversation brought all my senses back to life. Overwhelming fatigue set it at once. When I was painting, I scarcely felt the need to eat or use the restroom, literally at all. Then, once I finished, it could all gone crashing down on me. Too exhausted to stand, I slumped over at the easel.
少し横になったらどうだ。
Once he was done talking to Reita could walk over and crouched down beside me. He pulled my lower eyelid down, pressed a palm to my forehead, and checked a few other vitals.
とりあえずは大丈夫そうだな。
He noted something. Oh. Then he looked over at the canvas in front of us and gasped. What I had painted was a bloody fleshly flower in full bloom. Observed from a distance, it looked like a human silhouette. Tucker stared at it for a moment, then looked back at me.
相変わらずすごい絵だな。俺は芸術方面は点で疎いが、お前の描く絵がとんでもないってことはわかる。だからお前が絵を描くための題材を求めるのも理解しているつもりだ。ただあまりのめり込みすぎるなよ。いくら題材とはいえ、相手は人間なんだから。
I looked down at my feet without responding. Tahu had never approved of me sleeping around, but he knew no amount of just teasing me would get me to stop, so he had given up. To him, the euphoric episode was like a sex thing. Granted, it wasn't altogether wrong, but I was a grown-up adult who didn't need to be babied. I was starting to think Rick was right about Taku being overprotective.
レイが来るまでもうちょっと待ってろ。
He must have interpreted my silence as complete and utter exhaustion. Okay. He patted me slightly on the shoulder and stood up.
それじゃ仕事に戻るぞ。何かあったらすぐ連絡しろよ。
ああ。
と、そうだ。
Right as he opened the door to leave, he seemed to remember something. He turned back.
イクイナさん、無事に退院したらしいぞ。それと、レイと話してたんだが、もうすぐクリスマスだろ。レイが店でパーティーやるから来いって言ってたぞ。もうそんな時期なんだよな。早いもんだ。
Shaking his head, Taku woke up. In his absence, silence filled the room. I slowly rose to my feet, grabbed the remote of the coffee table and switched on the TV. All my life, I despised silence. For some reason, quiet places felt intensely suffocating and always made me break out in cold sweat. TV static, however, was reassuring. It always filled the void with its loud endless drone. I dropped down on the sofa, then grabbed my things and lit off a lighter off the table. Ikuina had been tear-jerked, but I felt nothing. My interest in a given art model ceased to be after the euphoric episode was over. Like a one-night stand, my life moved on without them. I lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and slowly exhaled. Come to think of it, I have received a few more modest inquiries while I was painting. I decided to look at them later. For now, I will enjoy the bitter taste of nicotine on my tongue. Well, Ikuso chapter 2. Please. Grant me thy salvation. Oh, I forgot this was all English. Oh no. I'm... Chapter 2. Doctor. Let's go. Okay. When Taco told him I finished my painting, a very worried Ray saw out with a veritable mountain of home-cooked food and forced me to eat it. After that, unsurprisingly, my body, or more specifically my stomach, felt like lead, so I laid myself down on the sofa. Rick claimed he was just making sure I wasn't malnourished. No, malnourished? But if you ask me, he was every bit as overprotective as Taku. It wasn't pleasant to stuff myself with food when my body was so used to going without. When my stomach finally settled, I picked up my cell phone and tapped around while I had a smoke. I opened my inbox and I skimmed through the replies to my art model listing. Some applicants had attached photos to their emails, but none of it really caught my interest. Right as I was starting to think they were all damned, however, my eye landed on the subject line of the final email. In place of a greeting or cover letter explaining why they should be chosen, all they had written was a short poem. Oh, Holy Savior, grant me the salvation. I am your faithful servant. I have no words to describe the beauty of your heavenly messengers. This content of the poem was religious in nature. I had received several emails like this in the past, but they seemingly changed their email address every time, because none of my response ever went through, so these days I just ignored them. I was curious at first, but after reading the same thing over and over, the novelty had worn off. Unless the tone of these poems got a lot more urgent somehow, I couldn't see myself caring. I closed the email and navigated to Roost blog. The article of the dot featured my last Euphoria piece. Reed must have uploaded the photo he took when he came by. I felt like going down to have a drink, and not just because of the blog. So I pulled on my coat and left the apartment. My body felt heavy from days and days of barely moving. Slowly but surely, I headed to Roost. After being cooped out for so long, the nipping night air felt pleasant against my skin. During the day, the air hung over the bustling city, but the nights were always crisp. The colder, the better. As I approached the downtown area, foot traffic began to increase. The city was decked out in Christmas decoration, and classic songs played over the loudspeakers. As the passerby walked along giddily, I spotted a kid clinging to a store display window, tugging on his mom's hand and begging for something. He pointed to a big teddy bear sitting on the windowsill. The sight made me avert my eye. For whatever reason, I didn't feel comfortable about it. Aside from the cold weather, I hated the month of December. I couldn't explain why, but it repulsed me. For most people, particularly for those who live in the mainland, Christmas was a time of love and hope and joy, but Shinkoumi was different. Each year, as the temperature got steadily colder and colder, death among the homeless population began to skyrocket. Good finish. Yeah. But Shinkoumi didn't care about unidentified corpses. They had worse crimes to be dealing with. Fortunately, this city was only built on a landfill, so there was no shortage of places to dump a body. These days, a lot of them were dumped in District A, in a sea of debris caused by sinkholes, since they would be less conspicuous there. This kind of thing was so well on the news, but it was so normalized by this point that nobody cared anymore. Sure, everyone was probably scared at first, but after you live in it for a while, you could inevitably adapt. Here in the downtown area, the tragedy was buried beneath the festive life and music. In Shinkoumi, you could step over a corpse and not even notice. What a pretty nice city, huh? Arriving at Roost, I opened the door and walked in.
いらっしゃいってとは大丈夫
While he was on the clock, Ray was all smiles, but as soon as he laid eyes on me, he frowned and rushed over. I nodded and then headed to the counter and availed myself in an empty seat.
いらっしゃい。何にする？ウイスキー、ロック。
Then the man plotted said about making my drink. Meanwhile, I put an unlit cigarette between my lips and looked around the bar. Among all the regulars, I could see one unfamiliar face seated at the very end of the counter. As I lit the cigarette, the manager handed me my drink and I shifted my attention to the glass. I took a long drag and exhaled the smoke. Then I picked up my drink and took a sip. Just then, Ray walked to the counter.
体調は
まあ、
休んでた方が良かったんじゃないの
As he tried to peer at my face, I turned my head and exhaled more smoke.
引きこもりっぱなしじゃ体が弱って歩けなくなるだろう。
やだ、おじいちゃんみたい。でも、トワならあり得る話ね。
He laughed, thought the worry didn't fade from his face.
でも、今回の絵もとっても良かった。店長が早速実物を展示したいって言ってたわよ。ね、店長。
I would like to know that too. Why would they need an animal like that? I would love to know why. He called over the counter to the manager as he waved a glass.
ぜひ持ってきてよ。
Towa, you could just stay in your apartment, you know. He is just giving an excuse. He just wants to drink in the bar.
私が勝手に持ってくるわ。いいわよね、トワ。
ご自由に。
At this, Ray raised his feet triumphantly in the air, and the manager smiled.
そうだ。もうすぐクリスマスじゃない。またお店でパーティーするから、トワも来なさいよね。
タクから聞いた。
それならなおさら来なさいよ。と、はい、今行きます。
Oh, hi, Mithu. Is this a real game? It is. Hi, Mithu. Thank you for coming. I mean, I think now there won't be too many heavy topics, but if you are sensitive to things like that, you better leave. I have warned you. Someone called from the table area, and Ray walked off in that direction. I set my cigarette against the side of the ashtray and took another sip of my drink. Then, as I was taking another drag, my eye wandered back to the man at the end of the counter. He kept fidgeting restlessly, catching my attention the entire time I was talking to Ray. He was a slender man, dressed in a well-fitting suit and silver-framed glasses. But in a place like this, it was his tidy appearance that made him stick out. Judging from the way he kept glancing all around, he was completely paranoid. His smoke was brown and swinging restlessly. Clearly, the guy was freaked out.
店長
The manager looked at me. I gestured to the man with my gaze. Will this be a spicy as dramatic as Oh boy, you have no idea. The thing is, I'm going to censor those parts. So if you want to see those scenes, you will have to buy the game. Wait, I think... Well, you will have to buy. I will censor that because censor such. I don't want my channel to be done for. I will read out important stuff, but I will both censor the screen and mute the game.
誰 あ
The manager looked over at him, then paused.
あまあトワ君には話してもいいかな。誰にも言わないだろうし。
言う相手がいないからな
With a cackle, he leaned forward over the counter. Demonetized. There is nothing to monetize for. I don't have the requirements to do that though. But I don't want my channel to be, closed. I don't want it to be cheated out of existence.
あの人実は医者なんだ。
医者
A doctor. What was the title of this chapter of the story?
そう鷹の口医院の先生だよ。
Are made to be lost? I disagree.
へえ
As I took a drag, I glanced at the man out of the corner of my eye.
よく来るのか
いやたまにかな。でもいつも落ち着かない感じですぐ帰っちゃうんだよね。
No surprise there. I look back at the I look at the doctor. Takanoguchi Medical Office, the same place where Ikuina was hospitalized. I hear it was large and better equipped than Narus's clinic. The only reason a big shock doctor could be caught dead at this bar is if he had some unusual proclivities. Then on a whim, my mysterious side raised up. With my cigarette between my lips, I grabbed my glass and stood up. I walked over to Dr. Specs and sat down next to him. Flinching, he looked at me in alarm, then hesitated, faced forwards one more.
医者
Look
の
at
先
this!
生なんだって
Look at his... This motherfucker! Look at his face! This man! With a lazy grin, I leaned in close, but he promptly turned his face away. I could see his hands trembling on the counter. Sorry to towards mine. So true. His smoke twisted violently, thrusting. This provoked a sadistic urge in me, and I reached out to touch his hand. And he panicked. The moment I made contact, he whipped his hand away a little sadly, his chair clattering behind him. Panicked, he pulled his wallet from his coat pocket, dropped a few bills on the counter, and grabbed his suitcase. Then, with a pointed glare at my direction, he stormed out. As I watched all this unfold, Raid came barreling over.
ちょっと見てたわよ。手出したの？そういうのやめなさいよね。お客さん減っちゃうじゃない。
医者なのか聞いただけだ
Sure, you only mean to do that. Sure.
でも触ったでしょ。初対面からそういうの良くないと思います。
軽いスキンシップだろ
Press X to doubt. He signed in exasperation and walked off to the table area. Pinching my cigarette between my fingers, I grabbed my glass and took a sip of whiskey. Not only was the doctor out of place here, but the moment someone interacted with him, he blew his lid. Granted, not everyone was predisposed to social interaction, but we didn't often get his type around here, so it was kind of novel. We are starting to collect stuff. These thoughts only lingered for a moment, however. By the time the whiskey slid down my throat, I had already forgotten all about him. By the way, Mithu, isn't it like very late for you? Shinkoumi times. Deadly hypothermia caused skyrocket at Christmas as Christmas approaches. A single mother's cry for help. Why parental neglect is on the rise. Deadly hypothermia cases skyrocket as Christmas approaches. Christmas is just 5 days away, but while the city is feeling the holiday spirit, we are seeing record numbers of corpses on the streets. We asked a coroner to tell us more about this growing trend. After a long night of drinking at Roost, Ray flagged me down after his shift ended, and together we went home. Late for me, perhaps. So don't you go to sleep? Normally he rode a motorbike to work, but since it looked like it was going to rain, he walked here instead. And so the two of us set off, me to Muraseklin and him to his apartment. As we walked along chatting aimlessly, a small figure ran past us into the still active downtown area. Ray wheeled around us to give chase, but stopped.
ねえ、今走ってたの子供じゃない？
We both stared down the street, but couldn't see any trace of them. Honestly, it wasn't that surprising for a kid to be running the street of Shinkoumi at night.
売りだろ。
そんな感じじゃなかったわ。全速力で走ってて、まるで何かから逃げてるような。
Ray passed his lips.
私、ちょっと追いかけてみる。
And with that, he took off running. Before I could say a word, he disappeared into the night. I signed and crouched down on the sidewalk. Technically, I wasn't obligated to wait for him. I could have just gone home without him, but I was already lethargic from the booth. So I decided it was time for a smoke break. I took a drag, exhaled, and watched the passerby. I sat down out and enjoyed a smoke and heard a little footsteps right before something crashed into me from behind. The high-pitched voice caught my attention and I turned. A young babe was standing there, about 10 years old, gasping for breath with a look of surprise on his face. We stared at each other for a few seconds, then he crouched down and pressed up against me like he was using me as a shield.
おい。何してる？離れろよ。親はどうした？早く帰る。
The boy shook his head vigorously and refused to move.
おい。
Just then, a group of men dashed out from a nearby island.
この野郎、母親はどこに行ったか言えってんだよ。
They were screaming about something, and when they spotted me, they stopped short.
おい、てめえそいつのなんだ？
さあ。
関係ないなら、その坊主を渡しな。
A man in red shirt walked up and attempted to intimidate me. I looked up at his cigarette between my lips.
渡せって言ってんだよ。
持ってけば。
The words left my lips in a haze of smoke. Apparently, they were after the kid behind me. but I wasn't involved in their business. I have said as much. I will say as much.
ああふざけてんのか
The guy in red shirt was getting busy. He didn't seem to like my attitude. I wonder why. While they were distracting me, the boy stood up and took off like a bat out of hell.
なあこれ間違えれ捕まえろ
Two of red shirt's buddies ran after the kid. The remaining 3 men stepped up to me.
てめえ今わざと逃がしやがったな
He's just standing there.
なわけないだろ。
うるせえやっちまえ
The men all ran at me at once, dragging me to the ground. The cigarette fell from my lips as a full body beatdown began. Normally I enjoyed pain, but this was not one of those times. These guys were the type who use violence to stroke their own egos. They never pick up a fight with someone of their own size. That was not the kind of violence I enjoy, and I wanted no part in it. So I didn't even bother fighting back. Instead, I lay there like I was waiting out a passing storm. When I came to, the men were gone. Instead, I was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. As I sat up, I reflexively spat out of the fluid in my mouth, blood. Apparently, they really did a number on me. The slightest movement of my arm made my body itch all over. In particular, my left ankle felt like it was on fire and refused to budge. Maybe it was broken. I could hear ambulance sirens in the distance. Someone in the crowd must have called for one. But I could have sooner crawled home than accept help from strangers. With that thought, I pressed both hands to the ground and tried to push myself up, but my left leg refused to cooperate. No matter how many times I tried, I couldn't get up. With a sign, I reluctantly gave up. Welp. Takanokuchi Medical Office. Well. The ambulance took me to the Takanokuchi Medical Office. Apparently, it was the closest available medical facility. I was carried into the building. Then a male doctor arrived and a treatment began. Following an X-ray, they determined my left ankle was sprained.
骨は折れていないので、腫れが引けば大丈夫ですよ。
He applied medical tape to hold my ankle in place, then told me to go home, put it on ice if I started to hurt. He offered me a pair of crutches, but I declined, since I could still walk without putting weight on my left foot. Then he patched up my other injuries and left the exam room. Next, the nurse asked me for my name and contact info. I said my I cannot speak. I said my last name was Murase, then gave her Taku's phone number. I did this anytime I end up at a hospital. Most people born in Shinkoumi didn't have a birth certificate, myself included. Since a lot of people went by fake names or had no other family, hospitals couldn't turn a profit if they turned those patients away. So while medical facilities were generally averse to treating gangsters and other troublemakers, they were willing to overlook a lot of other things. Just then I remembered the doctor I had met at Roost the other night. Supposedly he worked here.
この病院にメガネをかけた40代くらいの男の先生っている？
そうですね。2人ほど。
The nurse looked at me dubiously.
ちょっと神経質そうで背筋を伸ばして歩くような感じの人なんだけど。
ああ、それは朝倉先生ですね。非常勤の先生です。
人からいい評判を聞いたから見てもらいたいと思って。
The way he just got beaten up, and the moment he realized he's in the place when that person that beat his interest the other day works in the place where he is, he's just starting asking questions. Like, this man, he doesn't care for his own safety. Like, at all.
ああ、そうなんですね。
I wasn't sure this excuse could fly, considering I didn't even know what field this Asakura guy specialized in, but she nodded in understanding.
朝倉先生は毎日来てる。
非常勤なので毎日はいらっしゃらないんです。月曜と木曜、土曜の午前中ならいらっしゃいますよ。
Certo, no! Judging from the way he reacted to me, he probably didn't want anyone knowing about his visits to Roost. So if someone from the bar showed up at his workplace, he would probably flip. As my inner mischief maker began to plot, I slowly slid off the hospital bed. While I was at the billing counter, I asked about Asakura's schedule. They told me he had an appointment available next day, so I took it. After I left Takanokuchi, I checked my phone and found a dozen of notices from Raid filling my screen. I wrote back to let him know I was on my way home, then started walking, dragging my hard light behind me. At almost 5 in the morning.
何どうしたの？
Taco and Ray were waiting for me at the lobby. As soon as I walked in, they jumped to their feet. Their face.
その足。
骨折？っていうかボロボロじゃない。どうしよう。
Ray pressed both hands to his mouth, blinking back tears.
本当にごめんね。私のせいで。あの時、私が子供を追いかけちゃったから。
ああ。
That was where it all started, but I didn't hold him responsible for
子
it.
供は見つけたんだけど、すぐ逃げられちゃって。
He was probably referring to the same kid who bumped into me. Little guy must have thought Ray was with the thugs who were after him.
その後に戻ったんだけど、トワがいなくなってたから、てっきりクリニックに戻ったのかと思って。何があったの？本当にごめんね。本当。
そんなキャラだったか、お前。
Then I teased him. His guilty expression hardened as he scowled at me.
キャラとかそういうの関係ないわよ。本当に悪いと思ってるんだから。
タバコと酒で。
For a moment, he stared back at me in confusion. Then his glares sharpened.
不健康！
I love Ray!
まあまあ落ち着け。
Taku held out both hands to Ray in a stop gesture. Then he looked at me.
レイと離れてる間に何があった？喧嘩にでも巻き込まれたのか？
勘違いで襲われた。
勘違いか。疑いは晴れたのか？
さあ。
まあいい。それで病院へ行ったわけないよな、お前が。救急車か？
ああ、高野口医院に運ばれた。
そうか。
Taku fronted his brand with a hard look on his face.
ねえ、その足じゃ歩くのも大変でしょ。支えるわ。
Clearly, Ray still felt responsible for my injuries. He started to put my arm around his
いい
shoulders.
って歩けるから。
疲れちゃうわよ。それどころか、部屋にたどり着く前に力尽きるかもしれないし。
まさか。
あんたなら十分ありえるわよ。
ない。
二人ともやめろ。とは、今日はもう自分の部屋でゆっくり休め。いいな。
In the end, Ray insisted he would help me walk, and I regularly went along with it. Both Ray and Taco escorted me into the elevator and up to the third floor. When I returned to my apartment, I sat down sideways on the sofa and stretched my left leg out. Ray brought some ice packs and seated them around my ankle.
足以外の怪我は大丈夫なのか？
Taco looked at me with sympathy.
特に何も言われなかった。
そうか。鷹の口医院で見てもらったから大丈夫だとは思うが、他に何か気になることはないか？
This reminded me of Asakura.
ルーストに鷹の口医院の医者が来てた。
医者？ルーストの客と同じ顔が鷹の口医院にいたってことか？
いや、ルーストでやけに浮いてる客がいたから店長に聞いたら教えてくれた。スーツ姿でメガネをかけた男がカウンター席に一人で座ってそわそわしてるんだ。気にならないわけないだろ。
なるほど。他の店と間違えて入ったとかじゃないのか？
何度か来てるって言ってた。朝倉って名前の男だ。
Instantly, Taco's expression shifted.
朝倉？
知ってるのか？
うん、まあ。
Taco responded vaguely, then pressed a hand to his mouth.
トアがちょっかい出してたあの医者、タクの知り合いなの？
ただ話しかけただけだろ。
本当かしら。
Raydan at this grin, but Taco's expression was still deadly serious. What?
名前はいつ聞いたんだ？
鷹の口医院に行った時に看護師に特徴を話して聞いた。
わざわざそこまでしたのか？
ルーストに通う挙動不審の医者なんて今までにない客だからな。
I guess.
それはそうかもしれんが。
Taco seemed strangely resistant.
あの朝倉って医者と何かあるのか？
うん、大学の時の先輩だ。
そうなんだ。そうは見えなかったわね。タクよりも若そうな感じ。
俺は留年してるんだよ。
Taco should bad scolding.
そうなのね。でもあの先生すっごい真面目そうな感じだったけど、やっぱりルーストに通ってるのは意外なの？
まあそうだな。
でも人は見かけによらないって言うしね。
確かにそうなんだな。
Taco nodded, his expression is still dark.
でもトアがわざわざ深入りしようとするなんて珍しいわね。あ、もしかして。
He fixed me with a devilish grin.
朝倉先生のこと追いかけたくなっちゃった？
ちょっかい出そうとしてすごい拒絶されてたもんね。
あの店であんな反応されたのは初めてだからな。
確かに無理して来なくてもいいわけだしね。わざわざ来る理由は気になるわ。
だからってからかおうとするなよ。
I shrugged. Taco let out an exasperated sign.
それじゃ俺たちは帰るぞ。ちゃんと歩けるようになるまで仕事は休め。
Oh, true.
テーブルの上に鎮痛剤を置いておくから痛みがひどかったら飲めよ。まあお前には必要ないかもしれんが。
So to recap, he almost died due to lost blood. After 2 weeks, after a week or so, he spent 2 weeks without barely eating anything, barely drinking, and 1 or 2 days after that, he got beat up, and now he can barely move his leg. Wow. Towa, don't leave your room.
ただでさえ絵を描いた後で消耗してるだろうし、しっかり休んでね。 何かあったら連絡ちょうだい。
After the two of them left the room, I reached out to the coffee table. I grabbed a blister pack of sleeping pills, popped two in my mouth, and washed them down with a sip from a liquor bottle off the floor. If I didn't force myself to rest, my body would cease to function. I had no strong attachment to staying alive, but it didn't mean I was eager to die. As long as I was alive, there was always something hardly decent to enjoy. Thus, I was in no hurry to kick the bucket, and so I closed my eyes. I waited for the sleep forced itself upon me. What a healthy way of living! The next day, I woke up just before noon. Dragging my bad leg, I went into the bathroom and got ready to leave. Today I had an appointment at the Takanokuchi Medical Hospice. Taku had warned me not to bully Asakura, but I was dying to see what the guy's reaction could be like if a Roost regular showed up. And since my ankle was strained, it wasn't unreasonable that I would want to go back for a checkup. Of course, truth to be told, I had full access to a doctor right here at home. Yeah, but you don't care about that. I took the elevator down to the ground floor, and when I walked out, I found Ray standing there. Apparently, he was waiting for the elevator at that exact moment. He blinked at me in
嫌だ
surprise.
とは。今様子を見に行こうと思ってたのよ。どこか行くの？
ちょっと
ちょっとどこ？
鷹の口イン。
I tried to be vague about my destination, but he kept pressing me and I caved. Apparently, he was really hung up on the idea that my injuries were his fault. I got the sense he would probably want to tag along.
付き添うわ。ちょうどもうすぐ昼休みだし、今日はそこまで患者さんも多くないし、タクに声かけてくる。
別に俺一人でも。
ダメ。またいつどこで怪我するか分かったもんじゃないんだから。
His tone was uncharacteristically firm.
ちょっとここで待ってて。すぐ戻るから。
分かった。
As Raid Fusted hastily retreated to the back, I have to mute. Sorry for that. As Raid Fusted hastily retreated to the back of the clinic, I let that aside. And so Raid borrowed Tako's company car to drive me to Takanokuchi Medical Office. Ray had both a driver's license and a motorbike license, and he decided taking the car would be best for my ankle. As for me, I wasn't licensed in anything. I didn't need to be. If I ever wanted to go somewhere far, I took the bus or a water taxi. The hospital was only 10 minutes drive from Murase Clinic. I could see the tall, impressive building just ahead. We parked the car on the street, then entered the premises on foot. Last time I was here, I hadn't seen the big auto front that read Takanochi Medical Office, Internal Medicine Surgery and Pediatrics. Ray had me walk in through the front entrance, and after we were all checked in, he sat me down in a chair in the waiting room. The room was full of other patients waiting their turn. The walls were dotted with stickers of cartoon characters and lined with shelves of picture books and manga. There was even a Christmas tree decorated with angel dolls and plush toys. And surprisingly, for a facility with a pediatric ward, there were a lot of families here. Ray and I didn't really fit in.
子供が多いのね。この辺は小児科がないからかしら。
Ray whispered in my ear. Apparently, he was thinking the same thing. As I sat there, feeling extremely out of place, I and hear sound of the parents talking.
そうなのよ。他の病院にも行ってみたんだけど、うちの子は朝倉先生がいいって。ね、朝倉先生が好きなんでしょ？うん、好き。
さっきもそうよね。朝倉先生がいいんでしょ？朝倉先生がいい。
朝倉先生は診察も丁寧だし、よく話を聞いてくれるものね。
先生きっと子供好きなのよ。子供もそういうのがわかるんでしょうね。親としてはおとなしく診察を受けてくれて助かるわ。
本当にそうよね。うちの子歯医者が大嫌いで。
Apparently, Asakura was highly regarded. About an hour later, they finally called my name. Ray offered to come with me to the exam room, but I declined. Then I rose to my feet and slowly walked down the hall, dragging my leg. A nurse helped me into the exam room when I spotted a bespectacled man sitting at a desk. Bespectacled? Oh my god. Why so many words I don't know the meaning of? I forgot that. He was wearing a freshly stretched lab coat and looking at my chart on his monitor. The room's interior was carefully decorated to appeal to children. If anything, it was the self-serious doctor who didn't seem to belong here. As instructed by the nurse, I took my left shoe off, then sat on the exam table. Only then did Asakura finally turn away from the charts to look at me. His olive eyes met mine. Sure enough, it was the man I met at Roost. I recognized him straight away. But his expression didn't shift at all. Maybe he didn't remember me. I partially curled my lips in a provocative sneer and glanced deep into his eyes. Right to the point.
昨日
Asakura frowned his brow.
ルーストにいただろ。
His sharp calculating eyes widened slightly. He was clearly flustered. But a moment later he cleared his throat and composed himself.
人違いではないかな。おそらく初対面だと思うので。
Eventually he was planning to play dumb. No surprise there since we weren't alone in the room.
夜間救急にいらしたそうですね。足の方はどうですか？見せてください。
He crouched down and touched my ankle.
まだ腫れていますが、安静にしていれば引いていくと思います。1週間後くらいにまた来てください。一応、痛みがひどい時のための薬を出しておきましょう。
He spoke in a clinical tone. Then he straightened up, returned to his computer and typed something onto my chart. I hopped off the table and put my shoe back on, all while scrutinizing his face in profile. His repeated attempts to stay composed had me curious, but maybe they had come back to Roost sometime. He will come back to Roost sometime. I hate the fact that this can vary the meaning depending of the sentence. When you read it, you understand it, but when you are reading it out loud, it takes time to really realize which one is supposed to be. I hate that. Better not to push too hard in the beginning.
それと
As I headed from the door, he called after me.
あの店には気分転換で飲みに行くだけだ。変わった店だからな。
I heard him muttering and turned back to find him glaring at me. Aha, so this is the real you.
あ、そう。
I just smiled back faintly, his eyes light up in anger. Just then the door suddenly opened and a young boy ran in. He made up building straight for Asakura, his hand outstretched. Asakura looks surprised for a moment, then smiled gently, grasped the boy by the shoulder.
おやどうしたんだいまさきくん
The big ass chins.
こらダメでしょマー君。
A young woman, presumably his mother, rushed into the room and put him into her arms.
もうごめんなさい。少し目を離した隙に。
いえ大丈夫ですよでも転んで怪我をしたら危ないのでしっかり見ていてあげてくださいね
はい、本当にすみません。
The mother bowed apologetically to both of us. Asakura watched them with an amused smile. This was nothing like the barely civil attitude he had shown with me. Right before the woman left the room, however, he stopped and turned back.
ああ先生、明日のチャリティーイベントよろしくお願いしますね。
任せてください
After the mother and son left the room, the smile faded from Asakura's face. His stoic mask returned, and with a glance in my direction, he turned back to his desk.
次の患者さんが待っていますので申し訳ありませんがそろそろ
His dramatic transformation had piqued my interest, but I decided to back down. For now. Just for now. Back in the waiting room, I reunited with Ray and sat down beside him, now to pay my bill. The room was filled with even more families than when I left. Children's voices echoed through the air.
ねえ
Ray began awkwardly.
私たち場違いじゃない？この病院ほとんど小児科って感じよね。
まあそうだな。
なんだか幼稚園にいるみたい。別に子供が苦手なわけじゃないんだけど、そわそわしちゃう。早くお会計呼ばれないかしら。
He screamed in his chair as he looked at me.
そういえば次はいつ来ればいいって？
1週間後。
そっか。腫れと痛みさえ引けば問題ないんでしょ？そうしたらあとはタクに見てもらう方が早いわよね。ここまでわざわざ来るより。
Yeah, but that's not the reason why he's coming here.
ああ。
He was right, of course. But I had a different reason to come here, to see Asakura and gauge his reaction. Now that I had met him, I could tell that he had some deep underlying reason to go to Roost. While he was a level-headed guy, he wasn't the cunning type. The more he tried to hide the truth, the more likely he was to spill it. He was a pinata full of candy, and I wanted to see what was inside. 20 minutes later, my name was finally called. Ray went up and handed the payment for me, and then we left the building. I think Towa only spends money when he goes to Roost to drink something. Ray had lunch plans with a friend, so after we parked back at the clinic, we got out and walked off. As for me, I went to my apartment to rest on the sofa. All the holding around had worn me out. The lunchtime rolled around and Taku come up.
よ、足の方はどうだ？
鷹の口医院に行ってきた。
ああ、レイから聞いてる。
He rolled over and got down to examine my injured ankle. I was smoking at the time, so I turned my head and exhaled the smoke away from him.
朝倉先生はいたのか？
予約を取ったからな。
そこまでするほど興味を持ったのか？
I raised my eyebrows playfully.
ご想像にお任せで。
ったく、お前の趣味に付き合わせるのはモデルの志願者だけにしとけよ。で、昼食なんだが歩けるか？
ああ。
柳川コーヒー店に行こうかと思うんだが、どうだ？
More honey toast? As long as I walk slowly, I couldn't have any trouble. I nod and together we head out. We took the elevator down to the ground floor, then exited the building. This was my second excursion of the day, except this time the sun was unpleasantly high in the sky. Squinting against the house sunshine, I headed down the brightly lit street. Yep. The walk to Yunakawa Cafe took a little longer than usual thanks to my back leg. There we ordered 2 honey toast meals of the lunch menu.
朝倉先生はどうだった？
Taku looked at me as he cupped up his toast and put a forkful into his mouth.
堅物って感じだった。
だろ？
His lips curled in a half smile.
小児科もやってるんだよな。
子供が好きみたいだな、あの先生。
It was an offhand comment, but Taku's expression darkened. He lowered his knife and fork.
朝倉先生のところへはまた行くのか？
ああ。
I nodded and fixed him with an inquiring look. He took a sip of his coffee, then looked back at me, his expression conflicted.
だいぶ前の話になるんだが、ある噂を聞いてな。それから朝倉先生にはいい印象がない。
噂？
I don't know if they are going to go into details, but once again, if you cannot handle heavy topics, dark topics, leave. Taku looked away as if uncertain where to begin.
なんていうか、その少々過ぎた子供好きとでも言うかな。それも見ていて目に余るくらいの。実際のところはわからんが。
I told you. I told you. I think those who can handle have left. I hope so. In other words, he was a pedophile? If there was rumors going around about it, then there must have been some incident in the past that sparked it.
何かあったのか？
朝倉先生が前にいた病院で良くない噂が立ったらしい。特に主婦の間で騒がれたみたいでな。それでその病院を辞めて新興民へ来たようだ。まあほら、この町に腰を落ち着ける人間なんて大体訳ありが多いからな。
自分自身も含めて。
I meant it as a joke, of course, he scoffed.
当然だ。お前みたいなまともじゃない患者の面倒ずっと見てるんだぞ。
I laughed and started cutting out my untouched honey toast.
今は朝倉に対する母親たちの評判悪くないみたいだけどな。
Everyone is overheard talking about him, had nothing but nice things to say.
噂は所詮噂だ。勘違いされて広まっただけなのかもしれん。医者としての腕は確かだしな。
Taku lifted his mug to his lips. In a blink, his plate was empty. I took a bite of the crust and wondered how he always managed to eat so fast.
そういえば、明日はイベントがあるから、クリニックは休みだ。
イベント？
新興味制度ってあるだろ。あそこでチャリティーイベントがあるんだ。ま、お前は怪我してるからな。無理に出る必要はないぞ。
A charity event? Come to think of it, the woman who came into the exam room mentioned something among those lines. And Asakura said he would be there.
行くよ。
Taku blinked at me in surprise.
どうした？何か悪いもんでも食べたのか？
俺が行きたがっちゃいけないのか？
お前、そういうキャラじゃないだろ。
たまにはそういう気分になることもあるんだよ。
In truth, my motivation lies elsewhere, but he didn't need to know about that. I ate about half of my honey toast and drank my cold coffee. Right in front of everyone. Okay, game. After lunch, Taku went straight back to the clinic. I could have gone with him, but instead I opted to wander around town. As I walked, I lit a cigarette and took a drag. Okay, let's go. Save log menu. In another save. Yes. Okay. Move. Morases Clinic. Oh, hey Towa.
Yo,
Were you sleeping? Just a quick nap. Guess I was tired. Any patients waiting? Doesn't look like it. Maybe I will get a little more rest. You probably need it.
そうだな。
They say sugar is best pick me up when you are feeling drained. Come to think of it, did you see the limited time Christmas menu they had at Yonagawa's cafe? The one with lotus cakes? Yeah, Avid Ray will love it. When I saw it, I thought to myself, you know, I might actually eat cake if it's made in Yonagawa, at Yonagawa's. What do you think? I guess you will have to try it and find out. Alright then, when I'm ready to give it a shot, you will better come with me. That way you can take cover if I tap out.
ポジティブに。別に。
Sure, why not? Good. You eat sweets every now and then, don't ya? I might need your help. Just kidding, thought the mental image is hilarious.
そうか。
Imagine a full-grown middle-aged man going to town on some dessert.
へえ。
Do you want to learn to like it? Well, I mean, it's best not to be too picky about
よ
food.
し。
Gotta get back to work. That's a lot of my mind. Thanks. No problem. Yeah. Okay. Just in case, let's check here. Just in case. Okay, move. Emotos Park.
Towa じゃねえか。
Oh, wait. Oh, it's Towa. What's up with your leg? Getting a fight?
ま
Something like that. What about you? Not often you come here out of places. Well, every now and then I like to wander around on my own. I mean, you don't need a calendar to know that it's Christmas. It's everywhere you look, from decorations to the music. This time of year, I always have a lot on my mind.
あ。へえ。
Oh yeah, reminiscing about an old flame or something? Nothing like that. Thought I have some special memories.
な。
When you know what he's talking about. The fact that they are I highly recommend that once we have finished the whole game, you give it a check, like maybe at double the speed or something like that, to check these interactions, because my god! Isn't Christmas the date the Lord was born? The memories I have are the polar opposite of festive, I will say that. I bet you have sound too, don't you? Things you would rather give to yourself.
ネガティブに。いや。
Nope.
そうか。
Really? Well then, I was wrong. Anyway, my point is the majority of people have at least a few secrets they can't tell anyone about.
よし。
Anyway, I could better get going. Stay out of trouble. You hear me? Right. Okay, and I think, yeah, I don't think they have more. Yep. I got at this street. Higarashi, hey.
Just
Yo, Towa-san, wait, what happened to you? Your heart. It's a long story. Are you taking a break or something? Yeah, something like that. I had ramen for lunch and now I'm just killing time. Hey, so you might already know this, but the other day I heard something at the office. They said Sakagi-san and Tono-san weren't always of each other's throats. They used to be good friends.
そうだ
So I have here. I don't know the details, but it was back when Kaga-san was around. Then that big fight happened and the two of them had a falling out. Honestly, I don't really get Tono-san, you know. He's smart and competent, but he never shows his hand. If you know what I mean. He's scary and unapproachable. What do you think about him, Towa-san? I forgot! This is Hagaoita, right? Yeah! Quick save. Just great. I think it should be negative now.
ネガティブいや
I guarantee there is not a single person on earth who likes being around him. For sure, I bet everybody feels the same way. And I shouldn't say this, but I have this sneaky suspicion. I think he might be hiding something. Okay. Maybe so. I get so tense whenever he's around, he freaks me out. I have still got some time. Think I'm gonna stay here a little longer. What about you? I'm just passing through. See you. Roger that. See you again sometime. Feel better soon. He's so... He's one of the cutest characters in this game. Poor babe. Oh... Cower Street. That song! Sees the most traffic in District D, while District B has all the most favored casinos and resorts. District D has its fair share of tourist attractions too. The countless neon signs serve as a hallmark of this lively district. Set on one foot in the alley, however, you will walk head first into the most dangerous and violent area in all Shinkoumi. If you want to survive in this part of the town, you will need to keep your wits about you. If a young boy appears on screen, I will fear for him. Don't worry too much. As if I was walking down Cover Street, I spotted Mayu on the side of the road, walking to a woman in a flashy dress. It sounded like they were speaking in a different language. Gotta go, see you later. I don't know how to read that. The woman replied in Chinese, then walked off into the red light district. What happened, Towa? You hurt your leg? Yeah, it's a long story. You need to be more careful. You are always zoning out. Yeah, the way he always laughs. Was that a friend of yours? Yeah, we grew up in the same town. When she needs to vent, I listen. Her job is very difficult with lots of problems.
Towa!
See, Towa, are you free now? It can be here, right? It can be here. Why? There is... Oh! No way. So here is one of the short side routes. If you know what I mean. Should I do this now? Go away, Mr. I think this is now the moment. I think there is a scene with him now. Should we go or should we leave it for another moment? I think we should take it and then continue the main story. I have saved properly, right? Yeah. This is a scene that I don't need to censor though. I am scared of the way you're laughing. I don't like this scene at all. You will see. Okay. Wait, decline? Oh, it's not here? No, I thought it was here. I'm not in the moon. Casually decline? Ah, damn it. I got a go bathroom, baby. Nope. Oh, dang it. Damn, I thought it was here. No. Oh, Kotaro is calling. I better get back. See you around, Towa. Well, at the beginning of the game, Towa mentioned that he has slept with both Mayu and Kotaro. And you can go either with Mayu and Kotaro halfway through the through either race or Taku's route. And each of them have one scene. I will say I prefer I don't like Mayu's scene. It's no. I don't like that. It's kind of weird, okay? Really no one is here? What happens? I will try to show you as much as I can whenever the scene happens. This is Roost, this is blah 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 blah. Yeah, we have read this earlier, like in the other episode. So yeah, there is no one here. Nightlife district. Pizza nut. The first thing I noticed about this place, pizza nut. This Kobe Street red light district. Day and night you see a lot of people walking by. The street is packed full of city booths and on both sides, not to mention the nightclubs and bars. You will have girls standing out in broad daylight exhorting the passerby with seductive invitations. Most of the establishments on this street are operated by the Takasato Gumi. It's harder to find a place the Yakuza haven't touched. Most offer services that the mainland Japan could consider illegal. Plenty of tourists come to Shinkoumi for that very reason. This is the main axis of the city's sex tourism. If it isn't Towa, who is that voice from? Oh, Ray. Hi there, Ray. I was like, I didn't figure it out who it was. Hi there, Ray. Like, what are you doing here? I mean, what about your leg? You are not pushing yourself, are you? I'm fine. But seriously, so what's up? You are not spying on a shady business, are you? And if I am? Liar, pants on fire. There is no way you could that. You are just wandering around and looking for hookers like usual, aren't you? I have got your number, mister. I love Ray. Oh, that reminds me, say, can I ask you, like, a pretty serious question? Are you really only interested in hooking up? You have never had a serious relationship or anything like that? Answer honestly.
Yeah.
Nope. You sounded pretty sure about that. I guess you have like zero intention of ever settling down with someone, huh? Correct. You aren't interested in romance? I have never soft it out. Really? But is that how you really feel? Why would I lie to you? Good point, I guess. You always stick to your guns, don't you? Well, I should probably get going. I ain't in the middle of shopping. Sorry for holding you up. Alright. Takanouchi Hospital. This is Takanoguchi Hospital. We read this earlier. Suppose it has all the latest technology too. Most of the patients who come here are families with kids. The waiting room is filled with women and children, so it's less. It feels more like a pediatric office. Yeah. Hi there. You again? Yeah. Did you know Shinkoumi has a lot of hospitals, almost as many hospitals as we have convenience stores, maybe? I think it's because of the violence. I see an ambulance drive by at least once a day. But even then, there is still a lot. Shinkoumi has a lot of kiddie clubs and pedophile rings. They are all illegal, of course. I hope my accent is strong enough for YouTube to don't pick up those words. Honestly, they rely on child labor of those born to the single mother or impoverished homes. I hear some of those parents neglect or even sell their kids. Believe it or not, a lot of the customers look like ordinary folks. You can't judge a book by its cover. The Takasato Kumi control the Shinkoumi police, so they won't do anything. For years, the mainland has been trying to come in for a crackdown, but it hasn't been going well for them. Right now, they are searching for a way to get their phone indoor, I think. There are too many people in Shinkoumi who end up dead or missing. These numbers could be unthinkable back on the mainland. A lot of folks freeze to death in the winter, so the alleys turn into graveyards. But that's normal here, isn't it? Unbelievable. Did you know? They say the goddess of Vincent has vanished without a trace, as of 2 or 3 weeks ago. Oh, and Euphoria published a new painting, though I haven't seen it yet. I wonder what it looks like. Something that really fascinates me is like, how do you get all that information? Like, where does he get all of that? Anything else? That's all for today? Okay. Tajimasu. Oh, it's you.
どうも
You sing well. What about you? Got yourself hard? That's what happens when you don't put any effort into your lifestyle. Can't argue with that. Be careful from now on. By the way, have you been watching TV lately? Nah. Shinkoumi has been negotiating more with the mainland, trying to decide whenever to merge with it or maintain the status quo. Interesting. Originally, Shinkoumi was designated as a special administrative region of Japan, but there is a lot of opposition to it. Some want the city to rejoin mainland Japan, and others want it to maintain its independence. These two groups have been at war for years. Supposedly, the mainland worries about the crime or what have you, but I reckon they have more interest in what little profit is left to be made here. What do you think?
Positive.
Respond seriously.
いいんじゃないか
I like my life in Shinkoumi, it shouldn't change. Everybody feels that way once they get acclimated. All I can say is this, when it comes to the men in charge, both here and on the mainland, no matter how they sugarcoat their bullshit, they are all the same.
よし
Amen to that. So, what are you buying? You're always buying candy cigarettes, aren't you? Plus, this and this, it will be for 400 yen.
これは
Keep the change. Give 1000 yen bill and tell me to keep the change and fine then. I happily accept. Be well. Come back soon. And now we return home. Yippee! Exploration is over. I dragged my leg back to my apartment when I sank down on the sofa. I wish I could understand Japanese because if I recall correctly, once you unlock everything in the game, you can see like notes done by the developer team of the game, And I think one of them mentioned that the static noise that you can hear in the background from the TV is actually information about the city that is actually kind of relevant, like, you know, kind of more world building, but I cannot understand it. As I listened to the drone of the TV, I thought about Asakura. While I was curious about what I had learned from Taku, it was still too early to tell how it was going to pan out. Also, by the way, having actual important dialogue for the drone of the TV just in the background for a few scenes that can give you some more information about the city, I think that's actually pretty cool instead of having just like whatever. I think that's a pretty nice detail. That night when I arrived at Roost, I found Kotaro, Mayo, and Eiji sitting at the table.
お、ト
あれ、足引きずってませんか？怪我した？
They all called out to me as I entered. I walked over and sat down in an empty chair at their table. Ray was working that night. Naturally, he worried flew straight over.
トワ、足の調子は？
まあま
無理はしないでよ。注文どうする？
あ任せる。
わかったわ。
He nodded and headed off to the counter. Generally speaking, I was willing to drink anything as long as it was alcoholic, but the manager knew my preferences, so I usually just let him choose for me. I reached into my coat pocket, grabbed my smokes and my lighter, and set them on the table.
で、なんだよその足。喧嘩か？
襲われた。
誰に？どこで？
ガキを追いかけ回す大人げない連中に。
うわぁ、災難でしたね。巻き込まれちゃったんですね。
Eiji had taken out his toothpick and was tinkering with a small black box on the table.
なんだそれ。
あ、これですか。プラスチック爆弾です。最新式の。今ちょっと流行ってるやつなんで作ってみたんですけど、気に入らないところがあって調整しようかなと。
Yeah, your average experience in a bar, a boy, like a random dude sitting in a corner, creating a bomb. Average experience. He smiled brightly as he continued his explanation.
バカ、やめろってさっきも言っただろ。爆発したらどうすんだよ。
しないですよ。そんなヘマしません。何しろ爆弾愛好家ですから。
オタクだろ。
愛好家です。それにこの程度の爆弾なら全然大した威力じゃないですよ。
どの程度なわけよ。
多分テーブルとかカウンターが吹っ飛ぶくらいです。
よくわかんないけど十分やばいね。っていうかまだまだ取りだめしてるアニメあるのに今死にたくないよ。
Mayu, I may not like your scene, but I can relate.
たく、お前もお前で理由がどうしようもねえな。これだからオタクはよ。
Kotaro folded his arm and scarf. But Mayu paid him no mind. He kept dipping his lollipop into his mouth and putting it in his mouth. As I was smoking a cigarette, Ray came over and placed my drink on the
俺
table.
マスターのおごりだって。お見舞い代わりに。
I looked over at the counter. The manager nodded at me, smiling. I raised my glass in a toast to him.
にしてもよ、トワは怪我しても楽だよな。なんだって病院で働いてんだから。
ああ、そうね。毎日見てもらえるね。あれ、でもトワさん、確か鷹の口院に救急搬送されたんですよね。
I stopped tinkering and looked up at me in surprise. Considering he often boasted about his intel gathering skills, I didn't bother asking how he knew.
じゃあ逆にめんどくさいね。わざわざ違う病院に通うの。そういえば鷹の口院って。
Eiji post. Titties in contemplation.
どうした？
たまにこの店に鷹の口院の先生が来てたなって思って。
そうなの？
よく知ってるな。
At this, he done a smug string.
そりゃもう情報なら任せてください。ってトワさんも知ってたんですか？
ああ、朝倉だろ。
そうですそうです。ちょっとお堅い感じの。
へえ、そうなの。
Mayo seemed mildly intrigued. He pulled his lollipop out of his mouth.
だいたいカウンターの端っこに座ってますけど、ビシッとしたスーツ姿で来るから目立つんですよ。そんな格好の人、この店にはあんまり来ないじゃないですか。それで気になって調べてみたら鷹の口院の先生だって分かってびっくりしたんですよね。
医者がこんな店に来るってことはよ、なんか危ない趣味持ってんじゃねえの？
どうも前に働いていた病院で子供絡みの事件を起こしたみたいで。
何やらかした？
昔は朝倉先生って小児科医だったらしいんですけど、当時の患者だった男の子をみたいな。
ああ、そういう趣味か。
結局証拠らしい証拠はなかったみたいですけどね。噂に尾ひれがつきまくるってことよくあるじゃないですか。それで評判が悪くなって新興見へ引っ越してきたみたいですよ。
訳ありで外から新興見へ来る人なんて山のようにいるよ。
まあ実際子供たちは朝倉先生にすごく懐くらしいです。
I was trying to drink water without making noise, but because it's getting dark in my room, I couldn't see where is the key to press to continue the conversation. So I failed my mission to drink water quietly.
子供に好かれすぎてあらぬ誤解を招いたのか、それとも手なずけるのがうまいだけなのかは分かりませんけど。
Browning caught a wave a dismissive hand.
ガキね。ガキなんざめんどくせえだけじゃねえか。すぐどっか行きやがるしビービー泣くしよ。
小太郎、昔から子供嫌いだよね。
俺だけじゃねえぞ。子持ちの嬢がいる店の連中もよくそういうこと言ってるぜ。まあいや、お前はどうなんだよ。
俺は二次元にしか興味ないね。
Without a beginning, Mayo wiggled his lollipop.
言ってろ、タク。んで、その子供好きの先生様、こんな店に来て何してんだ？どうしても探してんのか？
Don't you dare say that! Oh my god! Don't compare me to Mayo. Jeez, no!
さあ来てもそわそわしてすぐ帰っちゃうんですよね。店に入ってはみるけど長居するほどの勇気はないってところなんじゃないですか。
As they talk, I remember hearing about a children's somewhere in the vicinity. Maybe a Sakura cat coming to Roost by mistake.
この辺りになかったか、そういう店が。
ああ、あるある。俺も聞いたことあるよ。
トワさんはともかくマユさんまでよく知ってますね。
その手の友達がいるからたまに聞くんだよ。
そこ割と本格的かつ慎重なお店らしくて、子供に万が一のことがあった時のために医者が待機してるらしいですよ。
んじゃこっちよりそっち行った方が確実じゃねえか。むしろその待機してる医者ってのが先生様だったりしてね。
その可能性ある。
Now you let out a high-pitched cackle, like it was the funniest thing he have ever heard. So far, this was all in line with what Taku told me. The checkered past of a doctor beloved by children. What should bring him to Roost? It was possible he only came here because he was so afraid to go to the place he was actually looking for.
エイジ、それ調べられないか？ 朝倉がその店に出入りしてるかどうか。
あ、はい、いいですけど、気になるんですか？
ちょっとな。
なんだよとは。お前が医者に興味持つなんて珍しいじゃねえか。
この店に来る医者だからだよ。
まあどう考えても普通じゃないね。
Maybe if I kept digging, I will find something interesting. As my curiosity grew, I grabbed my glass and drank my drink. I drank at Roost until they closed, then stumbled home to the clinic. Back at my apartment, I switched the TV on, then flopped down on the sofa with my coat still on. Wait, I have to mute. Sorry for that. Why this sudden you bet? What happened? I pulled out my phone and checked my notice. A few missed calls and 2 emails. Oops. The missed calls and the one email went from Ikuina's Takashi. In his email, he wrote that as much as he would love to be my art model again, he didn't want to be too dependent on me. So he was searching for like-minded people. Every now and then, former models could try to get in touch with me after I granted their wishes, but they never painted the same person twice. Humans were greedy creatures. For some, no amount of satisfactions were ever truly enough. It was like sex or drugs, chasing the same heights over and over just to numb your brain. I had no interest in that, but I thought was the precise what I thought was the precise moment when a dark dream came true for the first time. I wasn't interested in painting the same person over and over. Once was enough. But the Ikuina seemed to recognize that he couldn't become dependent on me, so I was optimistic he could let go. Either way, I never responded to those follow-up messages. With a small sign, I closed the email from Ikuina and opened the other one. Another short poem with nothing else written inside. This was now, the 4th time? With each passing day, my twisted desire grew stronger and harder to suppress. Heavenly Father, I beseech you, grant salvation to your lowly servant, and permit me to kiss your feet. I beg of you, send me an angel, your divine messenger. Once again, more blind religious zeal. Judging from the way they described themselves as a servant to their Heavenly Father, they were clearly pretty devout. Then the charity event came to mind. Someone who wanted salvation was better off praying at a church instead of Euphoria's inbox. Tossed my phone onto the coffee table and grabbed a blister pack of sleeping pills. I popped shut my mouth, then was then down with lukewarm swing from the floor bottle, just like always. Then I slowly closed my eye. Next day?
おい
Yep.
トワ起きろ。
Why more beds? The next morning, Taco shot me awake and drove me to the charity event. Today, he had actually overslept for one, so when we came to get me, he was rather than usual.
最近忙しいからな。
Muttering under his breath, he drove at the maximum speed limit, and we arrived at the church 20 minutes later. It was formerly known known as the Shinkoumi Cathedral, but most call it the church. It was located in an upscale neighborhood on the outskirts of District C. After we came to a stop in a parking lot, Taku got out and helped me out of the car. The ground was wet and the air was humid. It must have rained at some point early in the morning. Across the river we could see District D. Ironically, it was the only remaining connection between the upper and lower classes. The charity event was basically a flea market where the church took donated goods and sold them. There were food and drink stands, even a gospel choir performance. I think that's how you read that. All proceeds were donated to the local welfare facilities. A row of portable canopies had been set out in front, with tables full of wares beneath them. Crowds of adults and children alike swarmed around. Apparently, Muras's cleaners had volunteered to help run the event. As Taku led me along, I spotted a man in a suit just ahead. It was Tono. Two of his guns trailed after him. I felt Taku stiffen up.
いやー、これはこれは。
Tono's sharp eyes pierced each of us in turn. His lips were smiling, but the rest of him wasn't.
村瀬先生じゃないですか。それにトワも。怪我したのか?
He spoke in a most theatrical voice, and his gaze drifted down my leg.
まさかお前がチャリティーに参加するとはな。
At this, Tono let out a dry laugh.
するさ。もちろん。こういうイベントは大事だろう?
That contradicts what you said in the past, but okay.
お前こそ偽善が板についてるよ。
And with that passive-aggressive comment, Tono started walking like he had already stopped caring.
じゃあな。
Taku stared after Tono and his guns with a pain grimace on his face.
トワ
At the sound of my name, I looked over my shoulder and saw Ray streaming towards us. A relieved smile rose up on Taku's face.
こんなところにいたのね。探しちゃったわ。さあ、行きましょう。ああ、トワはゆっくりでいいからね。
The two of them started walking and I followed along with them. We progressed through the rows of identical tables until we finally came to a stop partway in.
ここが今日うちで担当するスペースね。
The table was lined with small appliances, daily necessities, and 3 folding chairs.
トワ、座れる?
I walked up to the chair and slowly lowered myself onto it. Then Taku and Ray got everything set up, and our peaceful, boring day started at the charity event began. Visitors of all ages passed by, from groups of older ladies to families with kids to young women browsing alone. We actually sold a fair amount of stuff, and our stock was slowly drilling. I was so bored I started craving nicotine. But when I took out my cigarette, Taku scolded at me.
ここではダメだ。喫煙スペースがあるだろう。
Recklessly, I started to rise from my chair. Just then, a short impact knocked me off balance, and my body pitched sideways.
危ない!
Taku and Ray both reached out to me, but it was someone else who caught me.
Oh.
The two of them stared in shock at me, or more accurately, the person directly behind me. I followed their gazes to find Asakura standing there, his face inches from mine. He looked at me sadly, then crouched down. A young boy was clinging to his legs, staring awkwardly at the ground. Eventually, he was the one who bumped into me.
あの子
Ray murmured under his breath.
隼人君、ちゃんと周りを見て歩かないとダメだよ。隼人君がぶつかっちゃったから、この怪我をしているお兄さんが転びそうになったんだ。
Oh, I cut him. Welp.
お兄さんにちゃんと謝ろうか。
Asakura gently chid the boy until he timidly looked up at me. That was when I saw the dark purple bruise on his face. No chance he got that from the collision with me.
ごめんなさい。
He bowed his head in apology. With a soft smile, Asakura stroked his hair. Hayato looked at him and gracefully leaned into his arms. My version shook.
朝倉先生。
I'm pretty sure just me reading poorly the parts that are not voiced is enough way to break your immersion. Taku greeted the man stiffly. Asakura's eyes widened slightly. A moment later, he frowned his brow.
村瀬。
Hayato seemed to sense the tension because he hid behind Asakura in fear.
お久しぶりです。今は鷹の口医院にいらしてるそうですね。
村瀬クリニックか。もしかしたらそうじゃないかとは思っていたが、本当に君だったんだな。
ええ。ところで、朝倉先生は
Taku paused to glance down at Hayato hiding in Asakura's shadow.
なんだ
Asakura spoke in a defensive tone. Taku shook his
え
head.
え、何も。
Asakura glared at Taku, then looked at me next to him.
君は村瀬君の知り合いだったのか。
クリニックのスタッフだよ。
スタッフ働いてるのか。それなら今後は村瀬君に見てもらった方がいい。では失礼する。
He sneered coldly, then put a protective hand over Hayato's shoulder and walked off. Ahead of them, a woman came running in their direction. Was she Hayato's mother? Even at a distance, I could see she was young and wearing flashy clothes. Suddenly, Taku watched Asakura hit a hard look on his face.
ねえ、あの子この間私が追いかけた子じゃない？
Ray whispered to me, his eyes fixed on Hayato.
あの時は暗かったから顔がよく見えなかったんだけど、似てる気がするわ。
そうかもな。
I hadn't cared enough to pay attention, but he sure acted like the same kid.
それにあの顔のあざ、転んでどこかにぶつけたのかしら。
Ray seemed to suspect that something else had caused it.
虐待の可能性か。
可能性の一つとしてね。
I didn't have a response, so I shrugged vaguely. Taku's expression was still stiff, and he looked like he was thinking hard.
朝倉とは親しかったのか。
At my question, he looked up. He had mentioned that Asakura was his senpai at college, but it seemed like there was more to the story. Frowning awkwardly, he rubbed the back of his hand.
親しいというわけじゃないが、大学も研修先も同じだったんだ。
でもなんだかあんまり仲がいいって感じではなかったわね。
あの人の子供好きは少なくとも大学時代から続いてるんだ。だからまあな。
He spoke vaguely, like he didn't want to get into it. I thought back to the conversation I had had with Kotaro and the gang. a chill bottle where they kept a doctor on brand for emergencies. Personally, I never give a shit about kids, but at the same time, the thought of a place where kids were used as sex toys made me viscerally uncomfortable. I didn't understand why I felt so intensely about it, but I could feel a weight on my chest suffocating me. Was Asakura really a pedophile? No, he couldn't be. Somehow it didn't feel like the right answer. I didn't have any proof. It was just my gut instinct. To take my mind off things, I look up at the staple piercing, I look up at the staple piercing, the clear blue sky. That's a sentence. By the time the charity event ended, the sun had started to set. Taquan Ray had gone home while I chose to stay behind. Reason being, I wanted to check out the side of the cathedral. I had never cared much about church before Behal. It was a wind inspired by those religious poems. As volunteers middle about cleaning up after the event, I walked up to the doors and stopped short. Next to the door was a bulletin board covered in flyers and Bible verses. I peeked inside and saw a large crucifix hanging on the far wall directly opposite the doors. A handful of people were sitting in the perfectly symmetrical pews. It felt especially dark in there, possibly because the sun hadn't completely set outside. A gust of one end washed my cheek and I hesitated to enter. What do you mean? Usually churches tend to be very, very cold. What do you mean warm air? They tend to be super cold compared to the rest. Most people felt at peace in these quiet places, but I couldn't stand them. My rational side didn't see what difference it could make to pray here versus anywhere else.
中に入らないんですか?
A voice called out from behind me. I turned to find a nun standing there wearing a habit and a smile.
初めていらしたのかしら?
まあ。
遠慮せずどうぞ。
At her insistence, I walked in. Over time, my eyes adapted to the dark interior, and I started to notice little details. Not everyone sitting on the pews was praying. Some were just there staring into space. There was even a homeless guy conked out.
こんな時代だからか、祈りを捧げに来られる方は意外と多いんですよ。
The nun walked up beside me.
それから懺悔をしたいという方もいらっしゃいます。皆さん救いを求めて許されたいと思っているのでしょうね。
Half listening, I looked up at the painting on the wall. The painting depicted dozens of angels flying through the sky. Angels. The point flashed through my mind. I beg of you, send me an angel, your divine messenger.
あの絵、気になります?
The voice snapped me back to reality. Beside me, the nun gazed up at the painting with an amiable smile.
とっても綺麗な絵ですよね。天使たちも可愛らしく描かれていて。
ああ。
有名な作品というわけではないんですけど、気に入られる方が多いんです。最近も毎日のようにこの絵を見るために足を運ばれる方がいらっしゃって。
毎日？
はい。聖堂を閉める時間の午後5時前に駆け込んでいらして、5分でいいから見たいとおっしゃられて。この絵を見ると心が安らぐんだそうです。
Frankly, the painting didn't seem all that special to me, but different strokes for different folks. I got the sense that this nun was going to hover over me the entire time, so I inclined my head and hurried out. Outside the sun had set and the sky had darkened to navy blue. The heat that had enveloped my body swiftly evaporated into the air, and my braids turned white. Compared to the gentle warmth, the beating cold put me at ease. And so, as I thought back to the soothing painting, I slowly headed home to the clinic. The next day, in exchange for having participated in a charity event on Sunday, Taku decided to close the clinic on Monday as a replacement day off. I woke up in the afternoon, then dragged my sprained ankle to Takanoguchi medical office for my appointment. After I checked in, I went and sat down in a vacant chair. Once again, the waiting room was full of mothers and children. Business was booming. After about an hour, my name was called and I headed to the exam room. As soon as I entered, Asakura glared daggers at me.
村瀬に見てもらえばいいだろ
As I sat down on the chair, I smiled faintly.
あっちだと身内だからか。いろいろうるさくて。来ちゃまずかったか
He has nodded at my pointed question.
う。患者として来た以上、拒否はしない。
なら、患者として聞きたいことがある。
なんだ
先生を信頼するためにも、いろいろと教えてほしいんだよ。いろいろとな。
I wonder what he wants. He frowned at the implication of my
君
statement.
は一体何が目的なんだ。
先生のことが知りたいだけだよ。
それなら帰ってくれ。
鷹の口医院の先生がルーストに通ってるって噂が広まってもいいのか
Let's go. The good blackmail. Instantly his face twisted in fury.
君は
さてと、何から話そうか、先生。
君に話すことなどない。
Welp. Let's go. Not target, okay.
なあ、
You know I don't bite, right?
それで
How long have you lived in Shinkoumi? Mm-hmm.
ポジティブ
Observe his reaction.
聞かせてくれ。
Come on, I wanna know more about you. Just tell me. I refuse.
ああ、
Tell me, do you have a secret? Something you can't tell anyone? It's not a secret. Just don't wanna tell you. Oh shit! I made a mistake! Well, I think the order wouldn't matter too much.
なあ、
We both go to Roost, right? We are the same, you and me.
全く君は
Is that supposed to be a joke? Because it isn't funny.
なるほど。
Mistake making this shut up. Let's change the subject. You seem pretty popular with kids, huh?
何なんだ。
And if I am, what's wrong with that?
ネガティブに。それだけか。
Is there a trick to getting them to like you? What's your secret?
何が言いたい。
What that's supposed to mean? Yeah.
ああ、いいんだ。
Everyone has one or two secrets they can't really tell anyone about, right?
それは
Well, yes, I imagine so.
ああ、
I can tell how you really feel.
そうだな。
Good. I don't want you to know.
次は
Why are you only working part-time?
それが聞きたいことなのか？
Is that really what you want to ask?
ネガティブな。
I thought maybe there was a special reason.
何が言いたいんだ？
Please, stop reading too deeply into things. His emotions are fluctuating, for better or for worse.
それから
Any plans to return to the mainland?
ないな。
I haven't really thought about it. The
ネ
caravan?
ガティブになら
Or maybe there is a reason you can't go back to, right? It's not on your business. Hilarious.
あ
Ha, hilarious.
何を？
What did you, where did that came from?
この傷跡
Saint Coliphas Taco.
タクと同じ大学あんたタクと同じ大学だったんだろ？
だったら何だと言うんだ？
仲が悪そうに見えるけど何かあったのか？
別に仲が悪いわけではない。ただ
Okay, first part done. Next. Flashing him until he starts talking. Okay.
まだ聞きたいことがある。
もういいだろ
聞かせてくれ。
Tell me what brings you to Roost.
う。それは
I already told you. I go there for a change of pace. Relax.
ポジティブに。そうだよな。
If it's a change of pace you are looking for, you could do a lot worse. I will give you that.
なあ、
Don't you ever get tired being on edge 24/7?
失礼だな。
And whose fault do you suppose that is?
ネガテ
Praise
ィ
him.
ブ。ふーん。
You're a completely different person when kids are around, huh? What harm in being kind to children?
よし。
Make funny of the dog. You are so hard-headed, it's actually hilarious. Please just shut up. How do you feel? You're not like this when kids are around. Is this closer to how you really feel on the inside? I have no obligation to answer that. I hate that sound. Now it doesn't matter because it's covered in black, but whenever you hear that sound in important moments, it means that you're going to get a bad ending, and I hate that. I might have gone too far. He's getting unstable.
それで
What relationship do you have with Hayato? I have been asked to look after him. Question?
ネガティブに。本当か？
Is that true? Looked like there was more to it than just that. What are you trying to say? Are you hiding something?
どうなんだ？
Are you hiding something? Be honest. Don't be absurd. Of course not.
欲望の答えは
He is hiding the past incidents.
過去の事件。過去にいろいろあったって聞いたんだけど、そのせいで新興海に来たんだって。
誰から聞いた？
情報通ってのはどこにでもいるもんだろう。
君には関係ない。
もういいか。
いい加減にしてくれないか。
He getting angry.
まだだ。もう少しだけ。
He's getting angry.
医者としての腕はいいってタクから聞いた。なのになんでこの町に来たんだ？
Good question.
それを君に話す必要はあるのか？
知りたいから聞いてる。
ノーコメントだ。
じゃあ質問を変える。さっきの続きだ。タクとは仲が悪いわけじゃない。ただ
その話を蒸し返すのか？
気になるからな。
A hint of hesitation creep out of Asakura's hard expression, and he lowered his head to the floor.
村瀬も新興味にいるとは思わなかった。
His lips twisted in a sardonic smirk.
大学時代からしてまともな医者になれるとは思ってなかった。
どういう意味だ？
知らないのか？
He squinted a brown in
あい
contempt.
つは成績が悪いわけではなかったが、そこがとんでもなく悪かったんだ。
I still have a hard time to believe that, even though I know everything. It's so hard to imagine Taku like that.
不愛想で、人に対する態度も乱暴でな。誰も友人になろうなんて思わなかったし、近づきもしなかった。
It's so hard to think about that. Like, I cannot imagine that at all.
酒とタバコは当たり前で、手術室に持ち込もうとすることすらあった。薬物をやっているなんて噂もあったな。それがまさか開業しているなんて驚いたよ。
I had never heard the details of Taku's past before.
今は患者からそれなりに人気もあるみたいだけどな。
Asakura scoffed.
君が村瀬からどんな話を吹き込まれたのかは知らないが、私の知る限りでは最低の男だった。そんな人間にとやかく言われる筋合いはない。
What harsh words, man.
君も同じだ。詮索が目的なら帰ってくれ。
He glared at me as he spoke. Asakura had only doubling down harder and harder. So I decided not to waste any more of my time and slowly rose to my feet. He turned his head as if to avoid looking at me for a moment longer.
あんたは同志を求めてあの店に行くんだろ。あそこはどんな人間でも受け入れる場所だ。ただし自分を隠さずにさらけ出したやつをだけどな。
I looked at his face, frozen in profile like a statue. Then something else caught my attention. I could see what looked like several roots peeking out from the side of his desk. At first I thought maybe they were some sort of medical tool, but I had never seen anything like that at our clinic. Then my interest faded and I left the exam room. On my way home from Takanouchi Medical Office, I walked past the park and caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Taku, crouching down in the sandbox. What was he doing? The dog in the background will look cute in comparison to the twisted dialogue. Yeah. Then I saw a little boy next to him. Was that Hayato? Taku must have sensed my gaze because he looked over his shoulder at me, then walked upright and started walking.
トワじゃないか。どうしたんだ？
そっちこそなんで公園にいるんだよ。
Posture check on the shrimp name. Okay. I have been trying to keep my posture properly. You respond to the shrimp. But yeah, I have been keeping like my posture the best I can, don't worry. I could ask you the same. What are you doing at the park?
池山さんに誘われて昼食をごちそうになった帰りだ。公園を通ったらあの子が一人で遊んでたから気になってな。
As we talk, Taku looked back at Hayato in the
あの
sandbox.
子、昨日のチャリティーイベントでお前にぶつかってきた子だろ。隼人君と言うんだが、どうにも寂しそうに見えてな。どうも家庭環境が良くないようだ。母親がほとんど家にいなくて、いつも一人だと言っていた。だからよく鷹の口院にも遊びに行くみたいだな。朝倉先生もそのことを分かってるんだろう。学校にもあまり行ってないらしい。
Taku's expression hardened.
昨日チャリティーイベントで見た時から気になってたんだが、あの子顔にあざがあるんだ。生まれつきのものじゃない。
Obviously.
腕や足にもあったから、そのことを聞いたら黙り込んじまってな。理由は答えてくれなかった。
He let out a conflicted sigh.
もしかしたら体のあざは朝倉先生がなんて考えちまったんだが、そうじゃなかった。おそらく肉親による虐待だろう。
If his first reaction to the bruise was to suspect Asakura's involvement, then his opinion of the guy had to be pretty bad. And Asakura's didn't have anything nice to say about Taku either. Setting aside the truth of the matter, it was clear that they disliked each other. Just then, the little boy Hayato jumped to his feet and came running over, dusting his hands off.
おじさん、僕もう行くね。
ああ、またな。
Waving his little hand energetically, the boy dashed out of the park. Taku watched him go with a pained smile on his face.
子供の頃からずっと一人っていうのは寂しいよな。あのくらいの年齢ならどんなにひどいことをされても親が世界のすべてだし、愛されたくてたまらないだろうに。そう思ったら放っておけなくなってな。親代わりは無理でも少しでも何かできないかと思ったんだ。
His voice was full of emotion. Then he looked at me.
そういえば鷹の口医院へ行ったんだろ。朝倉先生に見てもらったのか。
ああ。
どうだった？
大学の時の話を聞いた。
Instantly, Taku frowned his brow.
それは俺の話も聞いたのか？
ああ。
Decreasing his brow deepened, and he looked down at his feet.
そこまで深刻にならなくてもいいだろう。この町に腰を落ち着けるのは訳ありの人間だって自分で言ってたよな。お前も例外じゃなかった。それだけだ。
それはそうなんだな。
Grimacing, he let out a heavy, exasperated sigh.
まあいい。俺はクリニックへ戻るが、お前は？
寄るところがある。
わかった。あまりフラフラするなよ。
With that warning, he turned away. Truth to be told, I was planning to go straight home, but instead my legs carried me a different direction. Maybe I could grab a drink first. I wonder how far we can get today. As the sun began to set, I started walking in the direction of the cathedral. For some reason, the angel painting kept nagging at me in the back of my mind. Plus, I was curious why anyone would go out of their way to keep coming back to it. The nun said someone would always run it right before the close. In other words, right around now. I looked up at the park clock. The little hand was pointing at 4. The cathedral was scheduled to close at 5 p.m. Maybe I could witness it for myself. When I arrived at the church, I was craving a cigarette, so I paused outside to have a smoke. Right as I crashed my cigarette, but on the sidewalk, a civil car pulled up in front of me. The driver door opened and a man stepped out. I froze. It was Asakura. But he didn't notice me. Instead, he headed straight into the church. I watched him for a moment, then followed. He's always smoky. Inside, Asakura was standing in front of the angel painting. As far as I could tell, no one else was around. He craned his neck up at the painting and nodded to himself under his breath.
哀れな下僕をお救いください。雨の見つかいの美しさに言葉を失うばかりです。
Just then, the email point sprang to mind. As if to signal the end of his prayer, Asakura let out a long breath and gazed up at the painting in silence. As I observed him, a note came out from the bag and quietly approached him. I could hear the clinking of something metallic, probably keys.
今日もいらっしゃったんですね。
She spoke softly, but nevertheless, he flinched and whirled around.
いつも閉める間際にすみません。
Guys! His behavior was nothing like the way he acted around me. Here, he actually sounded humble.
いえ、この絵を気に入ってくださっているのは私たちも嬉しいので。
そうですね。この絵は本当に素晴らしい。私の中で欠けている何かが満たされていくようです。
以前にもそうおっしゃられていましたね。ずっと解決できない悩みがあるって。
なんとかしようと自分でも思ってはいるんですが、なかなか難しくて。
大丈夫ですよ。神様は必ず見ていてくださいますから。
そうですね。
Asakura nodded vaguely, then looked back at the painting. Now I understood. The person the note told me about was in fact Asakura. Since there was no reason for me to stick around, I turned on my heel and left the church. The nun had set, and it was pitch dark outside. As I hit home to the cleaning, I thought back over what I just witnessed. The comment Asakura made while looking at the painting. They sounded an awful a lot like the religious point I have been receiving. Still, I wasn't completely sure Asakura was the person behind them. Apparently, he was struggling with something. Taku's remarks rose to the forefront of my mind. Specifically, the rumors about Asakura's fondness for children. If he was the one who wrote those poems... As I lit down the street, I felt a freezing rush of anticipation. He's looking forward. Ah! Towa! Why? Two nights later, it was the night of the Christmas party at Roost. I didn't feel like going. Instead, I was lying on the sofa smoking a cigarette. But then Raid told me they were offering free drinks, so I crashed my cigarette in the ashtray and rose to my feet. So it's the free drinks, huh? Okay. We can explore before going, so let me save. This was for nothing. Save. Yes. Back. Yeah. Move. Hagaita district. Street. District D, this road passes through every Shinkoumi district. We have read this already.
Ah, Towa da.
Maju? Yeah. Hi, Maju. What route we are going for? We are going for Taku's route. Haven't you noticed that compared to the first chapter, the amount of times that we talk to Taku has increased compared to the times we talk with Rei? So yeah. I didn't expect to find you in the middle of all these people.
な、
I'm impressed you spotted me in the crowd. I had good eyes. From here I can see stuff on top of that building. That's some powerful eyesight you have got.
そうよ。
Also, I'm good at hitting targets. I'm a champ at darts. I take it that you are good with at good shot with a gun too? Yes, I am. Do you know why? Negative?
ネガティブ。
Do you do a lot of target practice? Well, like shooting guys IRL? Right, didn't have the bell all the way up. Here's the reason why we are streaming this here, okay? I don't know. Time to reveal the answer. The answer is...
なんだろうね。
It's a secret.
なるほど。
Interesting. Dark Radiant Classic Towa. Anyway, gotta go now. They called me in to do some work.
そうか。
Alright.
またね。
See you later, Towa. Move to Towa Street. List. That will help, not gonna lie. This Towa Street, the place that sees the most traffic in District C, while District B is the most famous casino. Yeah, we have read this already. Taco? Oh, hey, Towa, fancy tapping into you in the middle of this crowd. I didn't realize you were out and about. Well, one of my older patients was feeling sick and their daughter called me in panic, so I went over to take a look. Turns out they ate too much of a fancy dinner party. There were no other issues, so it all ended up pretty quick.
へえ。
You're working a lot over the holidays, huh? Well, their family was scared half to death, couldn't just sit around. Cover Street. Anyway, the streets sure are clogged, aren't they? But I guess that's normal for this time of the year. Oh, that's right. Is there anything you need lately? Keep it real with you.
ポジティブに。
Booze and smokes. It's always that.
お前はな。
But that's the same shit you always get. Isn't there anything more, I don't know, special? Do I want something special for Christmas? No, not really. Yeah, I figured you would say that. Still, it can hard to ask, right?
いいんじゃないか。
Times like this, a little kindness is what matters most.
そうか。
No need to force yourself to think of something.
確か。
Come to think of it, Rain and his friends are throwing a Christmas party tonight, aren't they? Yeah, you going? Probably can't, too much work pile up. But you should go and have fun without me. Just don't drink too much, alright? I know.
それじゃあな。
Okay, see ya. Next, Aparo Alley. This is Aparo neighborhood alley, alley, branching off from Towa Street. Like the bright and brassy main street, the alleys are dark and shadowy. The rotten sweat smell is unspeakable, and you see a lot of animals digging through the trash: rats, crows, stray cats. As for the human population, you will find 7 homeless kids drawing twiggers and black market dealers. The sight of hopeless children drowning and bleeding has become a daily occurrence. In winter, you will find frozen corpses lying around, but nobody cares. There is no trace of glamour here, but make no mistakes, this is Shinkoumi. Oh, Hayato? Hi, mister. Kid, what are you doing here of places? My mom said to wait here because it's Christmas and she's going to buy a cake, so I'm waiting. Alright.
お兄ちゃん
Hey, mister. Sometimes when my mom comes home from work, she gives me a big hand and cries a lot. What do you do when that happens? Why? Poor thing.
ポジティブに。そうだな。
You should just do it back. Give her a big hug. Yeah.
いいんじゃないか。
When you have a question like that, you should ask her. Boy, this one is part of a bad. I mean, he is, but you know, I don't think you could get too bad, like just being around, if you don't talk with him. Ask my mom.
本当に
Can I ask why?
そうか。
Yeah, ask
あ
her.
りがとう
God, God, you thank you, mister. Baby, poor thing. You played again and look at you turn around. What does that mean? No. Nightlight District. Pizza note. Oh, hi there. You again? Yeah. Did you know? They got the assault party, guys. I hear that Takasato Gumi took them to their headquarters, but they were already dealt with, so nobody got any answer. What's the That's the Takasato Gumi for you. I hear there is been a case of people doing drugs on the streets. Apparently, there is a little sample of a new drug going around. Whoever is doing it has been scattered then all over the place. Not sure what their goal is. Rumor has it, Sakaki Hideyasu is the new leader of the Takasato Gumi. Nothing confirmed yet, but it's clear that the clan is taking action. Probably should stay away from now. The trains don't go to Shinkoumi. The only transportation method are water taxis or bus, or motorcycle or car. But because it's so cramped, the parking spaces are all filled up instantly. It's a big hassle. Come to think of it, I think there is a parking lot at one of the smaller clinics. I wonder why that tiny building gets one. I hadn't thought of that before. Nothing else to check. I have no business here. I mean, the guide says I have no business here and we have found him, but just in case. Just in case. No one here. And anyone at the cathedral? It's closed right now. Okay, fair enough. Okay, let's time to go to Roost. Exploration is over. The buildings were lit up with a state of Christmas lights and cheerful music played over the loudspeaker. Couples walked shoulder to shoulder, happy families hurried home and holding hands with their little ones. The city was the very picture of joy itself, but I ignored it and walked straight into Roost.
Happy Christmas! クリスマスおめでとう
The bar was normally pretty quiet, but today everyone was in a loud festive mood. The decoration for Christmas! I love them so much. The Christmas tree? Amazing. Beautiful. The place was decorated with crosses, angels, and lifelike Santa dolls, illuminated by flashing lights in every color. The manager and bar staff were all wearing costumes, and the customers were all chatting merrily. It's a way to say that, yeah. The Christmas tree is depressed, I guess. Normally the patrons could stick to their own separate tables, but on Halloween and Christmas everyone came together for the party. This all started a few years back at the request of some customers. The first party had been a hit, and so they have kept throwing them every year since.
あとは来たよかった
So cute! So cute! Ray came rushing over to me wearing a reindeer antler headband.
とはクリスマスおめでとうおめでとう
楽しんでる
After Ray came his friends, Honami, Junko, and Arata.
とは仮装してないじゃない密かに楽しみにしてたのに
Junko and Honami took one look at my street clothes and pouched.
足を怪我してるしね
At Ray's explanation, the two of them waved their heads up to look at each other.
そうだったごめんねとは来てくれただけでも嬉しいわ
無理はしないでね
They hastily tried to smooth things over, and Ray rolled his eyes.
どうせ気にしてないわよトワはね
あ
それじゃトワをカウンターへ連れて行って座らせるわ
はーい頑張って飾り付けしたから店内もゆっくり見ていってね
楽しんでねトワ
The bar was more crowded than usual, which made it hard to walk with a limp. With red hands, I made it to the counter and sat down. No se rinde. The bad joke, but I approve. I approve that.
トワ君メリークリスマス
I love Roost so much. Do you understand why I like this place out of all the places you can visit in the game? Please! I love it! The manager called out to me from behind the counter, like he says, the staff he was wearing a costume. Normally he had a laid back detached vibe, but somehow he looked right at home in a flashy Santa hat and bread.
足は大丈夫なの
あ
注文は
お任せで
I took my smoke and lighter out of my coat pocket. After I leaped out, he handed me a drink, whiskey on the rocks. I grabbed it and briefly glanced over the bar. Most of the party guests were regulars, several of whom were wearing costumes so elaborate I had to wonder if there was some kind of performance scheduled later.
やっぱりなんだかんだでみんな騒ぐの好きなのね
As I scanned the room, Ray walked back over to the counter.
私もだけどたまには世間の流れに乗っかってみるのも悪くないわよね普段は外れっぱなしなんだし
He loaded his tray with the manager's hand-craved cocktails and walked off again. I set my cigarette against the rim of the ashtray and took a sip of whiskey. Just then, I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. A man in a suit had risen to his feet, holding a drink. It was Asakura. Once again, he was sitting over at the very end of the counter. But this time, he's the one sitting next to us. But then he came and sat next to me, perfectly poker-faced. Despite his, he stared down at his hand without one glance at my direction. As always, his overly formal attire clashed with the vibe of the bar, but then again, everyone else was in a costume tonight. Writing, I smoke when he smoked, but realized I will be spamming chat. Yeah, he smoked so damn often. Without saying a word, I shot him a sideward glance as I sipped my drink. Nothing felt better than the stink of alcohol burning my throat. His smoke was swimming slowly, but showing no sign of becoming unstable.
君は
Unable to withstand my unreverent gaze, he started to speak. His voice was so hushed, it threatened to fade into the din of the party if I wasn't paying attention. But then I leaned in to listen. He blinked and pulled away. Then, after a moment, he realized what I was doing and straightened up again.
君もこの店に来るということは、何かそういう特殊な趣味を持っているのか？
He doesn't know. That's so cute. Towa! I rolled myself and thrust my scarred hand at him.
どう思う？
I stared defiantly into his eyes. He had only seen part of my leg during the examination, so this was his first time seeing my scars. His eyes widened as he looked at my hand. Then he averted his gaze, let it aside, and looked back at his drink.
自分を隠さずにさらけ出せば、この店はどんな人間でも受け入れる。君はそう言っていたな。
Wait, okay, they are both drinking the same drink, I think.
ああ。
I want to pay attention to details I didn't notice the first time I played the game. His fingers tightened around his glass. Guys, he's still smoking the same cigarette. This should be every time he's smoking a new one.
私は天使を待ち望んでいるんだ。
天使？
ああ。私だけの天使をずっと。
The angel painting flashed through my mind.
子供でも作るとか？
いや、そういうことじゃない。自分の子供が欲しいという意味ではなくて、これは欲求なんだ。私だけの天使が欲しいという欲望だ。
He started chugging his drink like he was passing something down. Then he let out a heavy breath. Maybe the rumors were right about him being a pedophile. I had figured he probably wasn't, but maybe I was wrong. I plugged my cigarette back. I plugged my cigarette from the ashtray and took a long drag. Meanwhile, Asakura nervously gripped his empty glass.
この欲求をどう晴らせばいいのかわからない。医者という立場でありながら、私は。
でもあんた、囲ってる子供がいるんだろ。
I turned my face away to exhale the smoke. He whipped his head around to look at me, his expression laced with panic. His smoke brightened in its color flashed and dimmed.
いきなり何を言うんだ。そんなわけないだろう。
にしては動揺してるな。
急にそんなことを言われたら。
嘘がつけないタイプだろ、あんた。
I looked straight into his widened eyes and spoke quietly.
わかりやすいよ。
His smiles is always when he knows he's going to get what he wants. He did his teeth and looked back at me.
頼む。誰にも言わないでくれ。必要なら金を払う。だから。
金はいらない。もちろん誰にも言わない。
そうか。
代わりに聞きたいことがある。あんたはここで何を待ってる？
He found his brand in confusion.
店に来てもあんたはいつも一人で座ってる。誰かから声がかかるのを待ってるのか、それともすでに誰かに助けを求めていてその相手を待ってるのか。
He passed his lips together. But before we could have a more in-depth conversation, the door burst open. The chatting patterns all went quiet and everyone turned in the direction of the sound. In walked Kotaro like a performer arriving on stage to greet his silent audience. Kotaro! No one told you how to open a door properly?
なあくそ、クリスマスなんぞクソったれだ。
Don't pay with the door! Mayo and Eiji walked in after him. Though the three of them were Takasato-kuns, they were regulars here, so they were on familiar terms with most of the customers. Once everyone saw who had arrived, they went back to their normal conversations. Meanwhile, the trio spotted me and came over to the counter.
トワだ。へえ、トワもパーティーとか来るんだね。
トワさん、こんばんは。
I see you don't like Mayo. He's a bit weird.
いや、
No, I don't hate him, but he's something.
店長、会計を。
Oh, Happy Lunar New Year, yeah. It was a few hours ago, right? Happy Lunar New Year to those who celebrate it. Could I pay my tab, sir? Scared by the sea strangers, Asakura bottled to his feet. Then he paid for his drink, grabbed his leather briefcase and hurried out.
なんだあのサラリーマンは。
あの人が前に話した鷹の口院の先生ですよ。
ああ、あの子供好きの
One banana ello. I wouldn't say never, but don't expect it anytime soon. Mayo pulled his lollipop out of his mouth and cackled.
んなやつのことはどうでもいいんだ。店長、ジントニック。
俺、モスコ。
僕はラムコークで。
They all leaned against the counter to order their drinks.
なあ、めんどくせえ。一杯飲んだらすぐ行くぞ。
はいはい。
荒れてるな。
I don't add this in the smirk at Kotaro impatiently tapped the counter.
なあ、トラブル発生中だからな。
小太郎さんが担当してる店の女が店の売上金を持って逃げちゃったんですよ。しかも子供がいたのに置き去りにして。
探し回ってるんだけど、どこに隠れてるんだろうね。
女は借金があるわけじゃないんでウェブタグをつけてないんですよ。だからすぐに居場所がわからないんですよね。ま、今回ので強制的につけることになるでしょうけど。
あの案は見つけたらただじゃおかねえぞ。
すぐ見つかりますよ。目撃情報が入ってきてますから。彼女の子供もこっちで把握してますし。隼人くんでしたっけ？
Oh, I see. So, I don't know what that means. I forgot. I look at Eiji.
隼人。
Please don't tell me they put a hat in to like it Christmas bit? Wait, what do you mean, GMP? What do you mean, eh?
はい、売上金を持ち逃げした女の子供の名前です。トワさん知ってるんですか？
同じ名前のやつは知ってる。
なるほど。そんなに珍しい名前ってわけでもないですしね。
Never mind. Okay then. Eiji nodded in understanding. But was still thinking about Hayato. At the charity event, I had thought a brief a brief glimpse of a woman who might have been his mother. Was she now on the run from Kotaro? Kotaro grabbed his gland and that went it in a single swallow.
すごい飲みっぷり。やばいね。
せめてもうちょっと味わって飲みましょうよ。もったいない。
うるせえ。よし行くぞ。
Kotaro slammed his glass down the counter and headed for the door.
店長、次払うのでつけといてください。
He just really want to grab a drink and get back to work, man. Ugh. With an apologetic bow, Eiji hurried after Mayu and Kotaro. I watched them go, then took one last drag of my cigarette and crashed it in the ashtray. After Roost closed, I hopped back on Ray's motorbike and rode it to the clinic. As we headed to the entrance, I pulled my phone from my coat pocket. It was an email from Eiji. He was reporting back on the findings regarding whatever Asakura had visited that childhood realm. The conclusion, yes, there were even eyewitnesses. It sounded like damning evidence. Then, when I stepped inside the clinic, there we found Taco sitting empty waiting room, drinking a can of coffee.
おかえり。どうだったパーティーは。
大盛況よ。みんなベロベロに酔っちゃってなかなか帰らないから追い出すのが大変だったわ。
朝倉が来てた。
At this, Taco's expression stiffened.
朝倉先生が一人で飲んでたのか。
I wish canned coffee would spread to the rest of our visit. I guess it's not that common. I actually don't remember if we have something like that in like machines over here because I don't check, but I think there are some. I'm not sure.
ああ、やっぱりあの子供の面倒を見てるみたいだ。
But I guess the most good thing about the machines that they have in Japan is that you can get actual hot coffee in the can, like they are hot and not just warm like room temperature or the outside temperature. I think that's pretty neat.
隼人君か。
隼人君ってチャリティーイベントで朝倉先生が連れてた子よね。面倒を見てるっていうのは
母親がほとんど面倒を見ないらしくてな。朝倉先生のところへよく遊びに行ってるらしい。
Es good coffee too. I imagine. They have so many brands. I can imagine.
そうなんだ。
Ray frowned sadly.
隼人君の面倒を見てるってのは朝倉先生から聞いたのか。
ああ、向こうから話しかけてきた。
そうか。他には何か話したのか。
特殊な趣味を持ってるのかって聞かれた。
特殊な趣味？何それ？
Frowning, Taco murmured in contemplation.
朝倉は昔、あまりにも子供を可愛がりすぎるってことで変な噂が立ったんだよな。どう思う？
You always hear about how many vending machines they have, but once there it's shocking, like one vending machine every 20 steps. That's pretty convenient. Man, I would love to go to Japan one day. I would love to and see it for myself and like try some of the vending machine stuff they have there. I fixed Taco with a approving look.
変な噂ってそれじゃもしかして隼人君は。
Ray shot Taco a worried look. Taco remained silent for a moment, then finally resigned himself to speak.
まだそうだと決めつけるのは早い。朝倉先生は何かものすごく追い詰められてるのかもな。
どうして？
チャリティーイベントの時もそうだったが、こっちに対する態度がかなり辛辣だっただろう。
そうね、確かに。
朝倉先生はルーストへ自ら行くような人間じゃない。なのに店でトアに話しかけて、しかも特殊な趣味だなんだと聞くのは、何かあると思わない方がおかしいだろう。
気になるのか？
そりゃ仮にも先輩だからな。
子供好きが集まる専門の店ってのがあって、朝倉はその店に出入りしてるらしい。
Instantly Taco expression hardened.
もしその話が本当だとしたら時間の問題かもしれんな。場合によっては隼人君を保護する必要がある。
In a blink, Taku had completely changed his tone about Asakura. Ray looked at me in trepidation? Maybe he could sense the tension smearing just under the surface.
でも朝倉先生は悩んでるんでしょ？困ってるからルーストに来たりトワに話しかけたりしたんじゃないの？だったらまずは朝倉先生と話した方が。
こういうのは理屈や理性で止められるようなもんじゃない。年派もいかない子供に対してそういう感情を抱くのは異常者だ。
His low growl echoed through the room. Something was clearly off.
それを言ったら、この町にいる人間はみんな同じ穴の無地なだろ。タク、お前も。
I spoke matter-of-factly. Flustered, Taku pursed his lips.
すまん。少し言い過ぎた。
Maybe he was just upset about the less than savory news regarding an old acquaintance. His smoke soured slowly, changing its color to match his emotions.
タク、ちょっと疲れてるんじゃない？
Ray looked at Taku in concern. Apparently, he and I were on the same page.
いや、大丈夫だ。
He downed his drink, tossed the empty can onto the trash, and left the waiting room.
本当に大丈夫かしら？
Rebos was a quiet matter.
どうだろうな。
As I spoke, I stared down the hallway at Taku's retreating back. The next afternoon, normally I only traveled with the bare minimum in my pockets, but today I was carrying a tote bag and as I head to the park. The pain and swelling in my ankle has receded considerably, so I could walk on it again as long as I didn't put too much weight on it. At the park, I could see a handful of children playing in the playground, their mothers against in idle gossip nearby. A short distance away, I could see a man in a black suit standing in the shade of a tree, looking entirely over there, probably at Takasatoza. I look up at the children, scanning each of them in turn. If the Takasato Kumi had then stuck out, then that meant... yeah. Sure enough, Hayato was there playing in the sandbox. His mother ran off with the money from the store Kotaro was in charge of running. Once I confirmed that Hayato was there, I walked to an empty bench and sat down. As I watched him, I pulled my sketchpads and the pencil set from my tote bag. Hayato didn't try to play with the other kids. Instead, he kept to himself. His smile was pale yellow. Okay, I have to drink water. Hold on. I keep coughing so much. Oh my god. Hey! Hydration check, yeah! Ay! Okay, let's keep going. There was a reason I wanted to find this kid. This morning, when I was having my usual smoke, his face suddenly rose to my mind. Every now and then, I would have these sudden flashes of something that bothered me. What is going with my voice? So what was bothering me this time? It was that curiosity that brought me to this bar, hoping Hayato would be here. Alternatively, if he wasn't here, I would figure I will sketch on other kids and try to work it out that way. Too much talking? Maybe. Let me drink some more. I want to keep going though. Papa Sneak and Mama Sneak are not here, so I can keep going for longer without having to worry about getting interrupted anymore. So I want to keep going. I ran my pencil over the paper as I watched Hayato quickly build his sandcastle. Then partway into the sketch, he spotted me. He saw me drawing and frowned, puzzled. Then he lost interest and went back to his project. Or so I thought, but then he got to his feet and ran straight over to me. Bye. I pretended not to notice. I didn't want him to bugging me. Other people throw a party when parents and her new sofas and love is exact. Yeah. He came to a stop right in front of me and picked at my sketchpad. His voice was innocent with the faint hint of a sleep. I answered without looking.
何を描いてるの？
子供。
僕のことも描いてた？
さあな。
The next thing I knew, he moved right up beside me, so close that our eyes touched. He leaned against my arm, appearing close at my sketchpad. His faintly young smooth waved right in front of me. Again, I felt the same unspeakable emotions I had felt this morning when his face came to mine.
Asakura sensei wa yasashii ka?
I asked quietly as I continued to draw.
とっても優しいよ。
朝倉先生のこと好きか？
大好き。
Hayato answered enthusiastically. He smelled faintly sweet like candy. Suddenly my pencil fell still. Hayato was touching my face. His little index finger was tracing the scar that snapped across the bridge of my nose. When I looked at him from my sketchpad, I found him staring at me with puppy dog eyes.
ねえ、この傷どうしたの？
He fanned over his words as he stroked my scar.
痛いの？
Then something touched my thigh. I looked down and realized he was propping himself up with his other hand.
足も怪我してるの？
He rubbed my thigh with his little hand. This kid. He looked up at me, his lips slightly parted, his brown furrowed. I had no interest in children, but if I put myself in the mindset of a pedophile, these little gestures didn't seem so innocuous anymore. He probably didn't even realize he was doing anything wrong. From his perspective, he just wanted someone to care about him. His behavior wasn't especially targeted at Asakura. He was like this with every adult in his life. In other words, this was just a survival tactic. Judging from the brush on his face and the fact that his own mother teached him, it was safe to say he was love-starved. He was now so close, he was starting to make me uncomfortable, but before I could push him away, an alarm voice shouted his name. I looked over to find Asakura standing there in shock, shoulders heaving. He walked straight over to the bench and gently pulled Hayato Hayato's head against his chest. The boy clung to him gratefully.
急に姿が見えなくなったからびっくりしたよ。
先生が忙しそうだったから公園で遊んでようと思ったの。
ちゃんと言わないとダメだって言っただろ。
Asakura scolded him gently, then glared at me.
君はどうしてここに？
I held up my sketchpad in a "do your eyes work" gesture. He frowned
絵
hesitant.
を描くのか？
ああ、
ここで何を描いてたんだ？
I flipped the sketchpad open to the page I was just at. Asakura sank in a breath.
天使だ。
He murmured quietly, his eyes glued to the drawing of Hayato.
天使。
I repeated the word meaningfully, and he looked at me in surprise. He must have said it unconsciously. His eyes slowly sharpened, and panic set in. Without another word, he turned and started killing Hayato away. Hayato frowned up at him, confused.
先生、お家に帰るの？
先生の病院に帰るんだよ。
そっか。お兄ちゃん、バイバイ。
He waved at me, then headed off with Asakura. As they retreated into the distance, I felt my suspicions turn into conviction. Asakura and Hayato were a catastrophic combination, but if Asakura didn't get help for his problem, it was Hayato who would pay for, the price. Especially if Asakura saw Hayato as his own personal angel. Something had to be done before he lost control. I wonder if we are going to finish chapter 2 today. Huh. I wonder. That night... I don't think so. But I was lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling and smoking a cigarette when my phone buzzed. I sat up, grabbing it off the coffee table. Another one of those religious poems. Are you the only one? You are the only one who can save me. I cannot bear it any longer. Heavenly Father, I beg of you, answer my prayers before it's too late. This time the sender attached a file to the email. It was a photo of an angel doll, an ordinary Christmas tree ornament from the looks of it, but the doll was lying on a work desk with its wings torn out. Chill, angel. A desire to have my own personal angel. Those were his exact words. I rose to my feet and crashed my cigarette in the ashtray, then pulled on my coat and stuffed my phone in my pocket. I recognized the desk in the photo. I left my apartment, took the elevator to the ground floor, and was on my way to the exit when Taku walked out from the waiting room. Apparently he had stayed late tonight.
こんな時間にどこへ行くんだ？
鷹の口委員。
理由は？
朝倉からユーフォリア宛てにメールが来た。
朝倉先生から？どういうことだ？
今回が初めてじゃない。前から何通もだ。
I pulled my phone out of my pocket and showed him the email with the attachment. He frowned dubiously.
どうしてこれが朝倉先生だと分かったんだ？
他にも判断材料がある。
もし違ったらどうする？
朝倉だ。
He let out a conflicted sigh.
お前、足の怪我もまだ治ってないんだぞ。それでも一人で行く気なのか？
ああ。
Fronting, he knew better than to think he could stop me. His lips twisted in a defeated grimace.
分かった。 終わったら連絡しろ。一線は越えるなよ、絶対に。
In other words, don't get yourself killed. I nod my assent, then left the building. Silent white phone, I look up at the pitch black sky. Asakura was now extremely emotionally volatile. He was so desperate for help, he was grasping at the straws. If I didn't take action, he might really clip an angel's wings. And the perfect candidate was close at hand. In fact, he was probably with him right now, this very moment. But could Euphoria truly save him? Or... If I head over now, I can still make it in time. Asakura is at Takanouchi waiting for Euphoria. Then explosion. Okay, I have to check. Is this now? Yeah, no. Okay, we have to go there directly now. There is no other place to visit. The front entrance at Takanouchi Medical Office displayed a sign that read "No more appointments available today." I looked at it for a long moment, then put my hand on the knob. Surprisingly enough, it opened. So I walked in. The main lights were all off, leaving only the faint illumination of the emergency lights. Moving quietly, I put across the waiting room to the hallway. I cut across. One of the doors had been left ajar. Light was streaming out from within. I walked right up to it and peered inside. I could see a man in a lab coat standing beside a boy lying in an operation table. A silver tray was placed atop the utility chart beside him. In addition to the usual scalpel, forceps, and rubbing alcohol, I could see what looked like staining steel rods. I vaguely recognized them from my last visit. Sassy. I slowly entered the room, then pushed shut the door loudly. The man in the lab coat flinched and wheeled around. It was Asakura. Food, yeah. Lying on the operation table was none other than Hayato. His eyes widened in shock, his colorless lips trembling.
耐えられそうにないって。
As I quoted the email, confusion rose to his eyes.
そうか。君が。
結局、あんたの目的は子供なのか。
Grimacing, Asakura bit his lip and looked at Hayato.
君も私が子供に手を出す人間だと思っているんだろう。村瀬からそう聞いたか。
違うのか。
違う。少なくとも今この時までは。
He ran an arm around himself tightly.
自分でもよくわからないんだ。私は確かに子供が好きだ。心底可愛いと思う。だが手にかけたことは一度もない。なのにあらぬ噂を流された。以前に勤務していた病院で同僚や患者の親御さんからそういう目で見られるようになって、それで私はこの町へ逃げてきた。今度は同じことを繰り返さないようにしようと。ダメだった。欲求を消し去ることができなかった。
He let out a sucky breath.
もう私にはわからないんだ。自分が 子供に対してそういう感情を抱いてしまう人間なのか、それとも疑われたせいで過剰に意識してしまっているだけなのか。
After he finished spilling his guts, he looked at me with pained eyes.
私は決して子供を傷つけたいとは思っていない。断じて。なのに私の心が求めるんだ。私だけの天使が欲しいと。天使というのは精神的な話ではなく、本当に羽を生やしてみたいんだ。人間の背中に、物理的に。
He shot a silent glance at the stained steel rods in the silver tray. Wings. Was I off base, or were the rods meant to serve as a framework for the wings? His lips twisted in a self-deprecating sneer.
ふざけた話だろ。本当にバカバカしい切な願望だ。それでもどうしても止められない。
He had finally reached rock bottom. I looked at his face in profile.
だったらその子供は何なんだ。
これは
Asakura looked at Hayato lying there in the operating table and fluttered.
彼は確かに私の中の天使像に最も近い。天使は大体子供の姿をしているだろう。
Not necessarily, but I guess if those are the only interpretations you have seen, you will think so.
だが彼を傷つけたいわけじゃない。だから
羽を生やすのは別にそいつじゃなくてもいいってことか。
A lot of in classic art, I guess so, but at least in the charts that I have seen around here, the depiction of angels that you get to see are the adult ones.
ああ。
Oh God, please no.
俺にやれよ。
He looked at me in utter confusion.
ユーフォリア宛てにメールしたのはその願望をどうにかしたかったんだろ。
まあそうだが。
なら俺にやれ。俺ならあんたの望みを叶えてやれる。
His Adam's apple quivered as he swallowed. I stared quickly back at him, a faint smile playing at my lips.
俺があんたの天使になってやるよ。
A breathy laugh left his lips. Do what exactly? Just you wait, you are going to see. But his eyes were deadly serious. Okay. Apparently he used anesthesia to put Hayato under. He scooped the sleeping boy into his arms and carried him out to a different room. I sat down at the exam table and waited. When he returned, he pulled the door shut and locked it.
なあ。
He looked back at me, and our eyes met.
話がしたい。
I gazed deep into his eyes as I spoke, loud and
あ
soft.
んたのこと聞かせろよ。
Okay, so because I want to get all the endings playing here, we are going to get the bad ending for this part first, and then we get the good ending. Okay. By the way, Ikuina also has a bad ending, but for different reasons I'm going to leave it for way later down the line. Asakura stared back at me. as if entranced.
あんたのことが知りたい。
私の何が知りたいんだ。
Press him and make him admit his desire. Also, let me tell you, the first time I played the game, I made this part without a guide, and I hated it so much. It's so difficult to get him right, to get this man, like, objective and, like, all the inputs right. It's a pain. Your desire, spill it.
そんなこと。
Positive.
ポジティブ。言えよ。
Then let's hear it. Explain it to me in your own words. My desire. Can I ask why?
ああ。そうか。
Can I ask why you can't tell me?
わからない。
そういえば。
Some say they have seen you outside a certain building over in this tree. No, that's not true. Negative.
ネガティブに。
You sure about that?
違う。
Yes, I'm sure. I swear I haven't. Say nothing. His smoking is still swaying.
なんでだ。
So you insist you are not like that. Then why would you do this?
それは。
Well, play along.
ポジティブに。まあ。
That said, I could hazard a guess. You know what I'm going to say, don't you? Say nothing. You get off certain characters. Is that right? No. Negative.
ネガティブ。
The more you deny it, the more I'm starting to think it's true. And now we select Hayato.
ハヤト。どうしてハヤトを選んだ。
あの子は寂しい子供なんだ。愛情にとても飢えていて。だから選んだというわけじゃない。ただ私はあの子を放っておけなくて。
The son of Stitch sleeping. Yeah. Okay, now is when we get to the part in which we can get to different endings.
全部話すんだ。
自分の望み、本当の。
Okay.
それから。
The emails you sent me. Do you believe in God? God. Well, I admit I desperate for someone to save me. Positive?
ポジティブ。お前は。
You want me to help you? The same.
無駄だな。
Just admit it. You and me. We are the same.
そうなのか。
The same? Are we really? You and I? It's a secret. You felt you could trust Euphoria with your secret.
不安なんだ。
I just couldn't think of any other option.
聞きたい。
Tell me, what you desire? Desire... Positive?
ポジティブに。そうだよな。
This is why you called for me, right?
わからない。
Yes, I suppose it is. I can't tell anyone?
ああ。
If something you can't tell anyone about, right? Yes, it is.
お前は
Why are you looking at the angel painting? Out of faith or
それ
desire?
は
We'll find out for sure.
ポジティブそうだよな
They say angels are God's messengers, right? Were you desperate to talk to him? Perhaps that explains it. Can't anyone again?
あ
What are you dealing with? What you are dealing with isn't something society will approve of, right? Yes, that's right. What matters most.
あよしそうだ
Angels are really important to you, aren't they? Yes, some days they are all I can think about. He's getting pretty emotional.
No.
When you saw my sketch of Hayato, you called him an angel.
あれは
Yes, well... Okay, now we save for the different endings. Save. Yes. And now let me search for Asakura's bad ending. No. Nope. Here. Let me tell you, the good ending, quote unquote, is not any better. Negative.
ネガティブに
Oh! No.
俺は
So you asked for him? Is that it?
いや
No, I don't think so, honestly. It's a secret. Hurry up already, speak your secret. You will feel better, I promise. There you go. Can I ask why?
よしなるほど
At this point, you have to tell me. Tell me why you are suffering. Notice how everything looks red now? And the madness is surpassing this a lot, and this is broken. A savior, an angel, I will give you whatever it is you want. Right? Positive.
ポジティブに安心しろ
Whatever you desire is, I will accept it fully. Now, tell me. You will accept me?
傷を
Angel.
天使天使が欲しいそうだろ自分だけの天使が
そうだ羽の生えた天使が欲しい
落ちていくこのまま
Why are these people also
分
messed
かっ
up?
た好きにしろお前が思う通りの天使になってやる
I thought...
そうかああ天使私の思うがままに
I thought at this point you have already guessed that most people in this town in general are not very sane. Asakura madness ending, Ikusu. The pain was unbearable. It felt like someone had lit a fire inside me, literally. I tried to get out, but I couldn't move. My whole body was shaking too hard. It's so cold. My teeth chattered so loud, I didn't realize the sound was coming from me. Slowly but surely, Surely, thick drowsiness began to leak at my consciousness. Apparently, this had taken a greater toll on my body than I expected. I couldn't get up. I was just so tired. My very own angel. An angel has been born. Ha ha ha. And there we have it, boys. The first bad ending. Hey, I'm not going to skip the credits, because if you skip the credits, you don't get the final picture at the end. So we are going to wait. And while I'm at that, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. That's when the ending stops. Yeah, like, the endings for the main characters are obviously longer, but the ones for these intersections between the main endings are shorter. So yeah, bathroom break, be right back. Enjoy the song. I have returned. Already I can see it happening. Jazz music. We did it to the credits! Yay! Do you know this? This has been added. Ikuina's canvas has been added to the room. This is one of the reasons why I cannot play from my file, like the game, on the laptop. Because the home screen, like the main menu here, changes as you progress in the game. So yeah. I think that's a pretty cool touch, that things get decorated as you go with your playthrough. But yeah, that's the reason why you have Ikuina's canvas here, and you can see this is very large. So and now this has light up, so we can continue playing from our save files. Let's go and get going. Yeah, one ending. Let's go and get the proper one.
ポジティブに。確か
Angels, is that what you also an actor, not Hayato?
に。そうだ。
Yes, exactly. I'm fairly sure. It's a sick.
あ
Hurry up already. Speak your secret. You will fare better. I promise. Can I ask why?
あ。なるほど。
At this point, you have to tell me. Tell me why you are suffering.
いいぜ。
A savior, an angel. I will give you whatever it is you want. Now you guys will see why that ending. Negative.
いいんだ。
God, or your holy savior, never abandons his lordship. He forgives all sins, isn't that right? Oh, you will forgive me. This time, the clock, like, it didn't crack.
この傷跡。
And it's not all bright red. Angel?
天使。
Let's go!
天使が欲しい。そうだろ。自分だけの天使が。
そうだ。羽の生えた天使が欲しい。
ああ、全部わかった。もう迷う必要はない。
天使、本当に私は私の望みは
Get ready, boys! Get ready. After the conversation, I plucked the scalpel from the tray and offered it to Asakura.
ほら、
He stared back at me in bewilderment, whatever that means.
やれよ。作るんだろ、天使。
He swallowed loudly. Then, with trembling fingers, he accepted the scalpel. But he still looked perplexed, so I pulled off my coat and shirt, baring my torso. His eyes widened at the sign of the innumerable scars smacking over my skin.
なんだよ。
It was precisely the reaction I expected. I fixed him with a pointed smile.
その傷跡は
趣味だ。
君は狂ってる。
Dude, you're not the one to say that. Squeezing his eyes shut, he forced the words out from the back of his throat.
そして狂ってるのは私もだ。
Yes, you are. As he spoke, he set the scalpel back on the tray. Then he pulled a pair of latex gloves from his coat pocket and pulled them on. I was visibly nervous, and yet the motion came to him naturally. Meanwhile, I lay face down on the exam table. With the glowing hands, Asakura picked up the scalpel once more.
本当にいいんだな。
Get ready, boys! I nodded, then waited quietly for the prick of this tiny blade. A sharp pointy pain ran down side to my right shoulder blade. Slowly but surely, the pain took a depth and a hit. I could hear something wet, blood probably. The visceral pain of piercing flesh made me grit my teeth and grunt. But I kind of enjoyed this intense, electrifying sort of pain. Grimacing, I buried my face in my arms, tortured yet fulfilled. At long last, he had taken the first step towards his desire. I could tell he was excited from his labored breathing. He pulled his hand away from the incision on my shoulder blade. Then the pain ran through my left. While the cat on my right side was still throbbing hotly, a fresh pain cried out. I could feel sweat hiding on my forehead, and my nails crowded at the table. I was grinding my teeth so tightly. I thought my molars might shatter. It was agony. My ears were ringing, and I felt dizzy. I squeezed my eyes shut. Behind my eyelids, my vision went white. The familiar scent of blood stung my nostrils. The stinging wetness slithered across my back as Asakura pounded somewhere above me. I opened my eye a crack and saw that my hands had gone white.
やっとここまでたどり着いた。
Asakura let out an impassioned sigh. Apparently, we had finished the first stage. As he slid my back open, I forced my head sideways so I could look at him. His blood-red hand set the scalpel back on the tray and grabbed a rod. Sure enough, the rod were some sort of skeleton for the wings. He must have designed them himself. They seemed kind of kinchy, but maybe all that mattered was the process of creating an angel. Asakura grabbed the rubbing alcohol and applied a heavy amount of the rod. Listen! It will all play off at the end, okay? With the teeth pointing at my back, he smiled quietly, barely suppressing his excitement. He was looking at me, but he wasn't really seeing me anymore.
まずは右からだ。
As he muttered, he brought the stained steel bond to my right shoulder blade. A new pain widened in itself deep into the incision as the teeth slowly sank into my bloody flesh. The pain forced a grunt out of me. Then my body stiffened and started to shake, and as I shifted my focus to that, I realized the numbing process had already begun. With the base of the right wing implanted in my shoulder, Then the next felt the prick of a needle against the surface of my skin. I next felt the prick of a needle against the surface of my skin. Over time, as the tiny pinches continued one after another, they grew more and more painful. If I had to guess, he was probably sewing me back to hold the wings in place. Needle and thread in and out.
白い糸が赤く染まって綺麗だ。とても。
As if in a trance, Asakura murmured to himself as he worked. Each time he pulled the thread taut, I felt my blood run cold, followed by a searing heat. Hi there, Perfectar. You arrive at the worst possible moment ever. I hear the snip of scissors, and then the sewing came to an end. Lightly, he wiggled the wing. I bubbled erratically, but the stitches held its security in place.
いいぞ。いいぞ。
I told you, Perfect Dark.
美しい。
I told you. Enthralled by his success with the right wing, he grabbed another rod.
さあ、入れるぞ。
His whisper was almost seductive. Then a sharp pain pierced my left shoulder blade. It was more intense than the first one, and it made me grimace. So this is the content. Yes, because he will make it alive. In the other one, he died. He let out a rat paw sign as he stabbed the wingmon into my shoulder. It felt like he was searching for the perfect spot. As the teeth reached my wound, I broke out in a full body sweat.
生まれる時の痛みの強さはきっと生まれた後の美しさにつながるんだ。
Stop. Asakura jogged the wind's bone again and again, mercifully assaulting my tender flesh. I squeezed my eyes shut against the rush of pain, and a memory rose to mind. A time when I was essentially gang raped. It was the same feeling of being forced open wider than I was accused to. No! Nevertheless, my flesh slowly adapted to the penetration later. No, you remember that! No! This time, however, the intruder wasn't seeking carnal pleasure. He was forcing something cold and hard into my wounds. But no matter how he ravaged them, my body could never fully accept the foreign objects. Still, I couldn't help but picture it. What if I spent the rest of my life with stealing steel wings? It was kind of fun to think about.
羽を縫い止めよう。君が自由に空を飛ぶことができるように。
Martin under his breath, Asakura said about his next task. Time to stitch it in place. The long, thin needle nipped at my skin, pulling the thread through, followed by more searing pain. Like with the right shoulder, it repeated again and again until I heard a snip. Then he let out a slow, deep breath.
とうとうついに生み出したんだ。この手で
His quavering voice nearby cracked. Then I heard the restless sound of tools clattering back to the tray.
私だけの天使
It felt like red-hot iron plates were being pressed to every inch of my skin. Everything was hot and tingly. The one wetness I felt all over my body was probably some combination of blood and sweat. I couldn't think straight. I lifted my head and saw Asakura standing there, bewitched. His lips were curled in a delighted smile as he admired the makeshift angel wings. Personally, I had no idea what it looked like.
そんなにいいのかよ
I tried to smile, but my lips were chapped, and the moment made me split. My voice was harsh too, probably from all the groaning during the surgery.
ああとてもいいとても美しいよ
As he spoke, he glanced around searching for something. But whatever he sought, he failed to find. Disappointed, he pulled off his bloody latex gloves, then took his phone out of his pocket. I heard the sound of a camera shutter. Then he showed me his phone screen. Hey! Good ending for Asakura! It was hard to describe how the image made me feel. It was my own bag, covered in blood and scars with mangled metal jutting out from inside. Only this can could call this. Yeah. And you have not seen the actual bad ending. I mean, this is the good ending for Asakura on its own, but the bad endings, the main bad endings are horrible. Frankly, it was such a mess I couldn't tell they were wings at all. But Asakura had obsessed with the idea of creating an angel with his own hands. Dozens of red stitches gathered at the base of the wings, where my skin pulled out from the new additions. Crimson blood paired with the deep scarlet of my inner flesh. Like main madness for the other characters. Yeah, like Rei and Taku, and there are other two characters that you will find out eventually. Well, you saw them on the intro, but they have main bad endings. And let me tell you, those main bad endings are worse than this. Are way worse than this. The photo had captured an entire palette of colors. The beauty of grotesque. This was more than enough inspiration for euphoria. Enduring the growing pain and obsession, I laughed weakly. As my consciousness started to fade, I could feel a palpable sense of accomplishment. Rei bad ending? I have to say, Rei bad ending is one of my favorites. At long last, I have created an angel of my very own. How beautiful, truly exquisite. At this moment, I am euphoric. After the surgery, Asakura gazed at the photo of his son for a long moment, then scattered out of the medical ward. Hands shaking, I reached down and grabbed my coat off the floor. Then I retrieved my phone from my pocket and called Taku.
Towa!
Taku ran into the operation room. As soon as he saw me, he froze in his tracks. When I told him about Hayato, he ran back out, then returned carrying the boy in his arms. Hayato had only just awakened and hissed. And he didn't seem to understand what had happened. declined to Taku with one hand. Taku looked back at him sadly. He laid Hayato down on a different medical bed, then set about removing the wings from my back. He cut through the stitches carefully, extracted the metal rods, then pressed a towel to my blood-soaked back. Then he put my arm around his shoulder and slowly sat me up. After all the pain and blood loss, I was barely conscious. Nevertheless, with Taku's support, I made it out of the building and into his car. Not sure what happened after that. The next thing I knew, I was lying in bed on my stomach, and Taku was standing beside me.
大丈夫か?
He survived! That's the good ending! He crouched down to get a look at my face.
痛みは?
My thoughts were fuzzy and my speech was slurred.
麻酔が効いてるんだろう。戻ってきてすぐに背中の縫合手術をしたんだ。覚えてるか?
Taku signed and looked at me, exhausted yet relief.
本当にお前ってやつは。背中を縫うのはこれで2度目だ。子供の頃にも怪我したんだぞ。できるだけ傷跡が残らないようにしたんだが、今回は難しいだろうな。
この体で今さら気を使う必要なんてないだろう。
At this, he shook his head with a hard frown.
お前の体は本来もっと傷跡が残っていてもおかしくないんだ。もうこれ以上は増やさないでくれ。
Thanks for the look. I will finish as soon as the chapter is properly finished, I think. I will end anytime soon.
お前は俺の患者だからな。医者として頼む。
As he spoke, he looked away as if he could finally relax.
正直、背中を血だらけにしたお前を見たときは生きた心地がしなかったよ。昔お前が怪我した時のことを思い出して本当にショックだった。
He passed his lips together.
隼人と朝倉は。
隼人君は本土の児童シェルターで預かってもらうことになった。どうも母親に問題がありそうだったからな。朝倉はスタッフルームの片隅で座り込んでいるところを発見されたそうだ。極度の心身耗弱状態だと判断されてShinkoumi総合病院に入院した。
After he achieved his goal of creating his own personal angel, he probably turned into an empty husk. What could happen to Asakura from here, I will probably never know. Would he try to move from it like Ikuina, or would he fall to rock bottom? It was his choice to make. And with that, we are done with Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Doctor N. Hey! We finished Ikuina's chapter and Asakura's chapter. Let's go! Okay, and I think with that, I'm going to end it for today. Save load menu. Save. And I think with that, I'm going to end it there. Because it's been 4 hours and a half. Thanks everyone for coming today. Thank you. How are you finding the game so far? What are you thinking of it? I think this stream probably set the tone of the game finally. I thought the first few streams were good enough, but yeah. How are you finding the game so far, guys? Before I end, I want to know. What do you think so far? They were pretty game words, but like it's cause you're crazy. No, I'm not. But it's still interesting. Towa is evolving as a character a lot. You have seen nothing, boy. But like I will say, like each story like each route tends to have like the intro chapter is more or less the same. Ikuina is in, I believe, almost every route, and then there is like an intermediate route for the most part, and then there is the main like route for the character. So now we are going to enter Taku's route, and we are going to get more into the story on its own. Hasha Petra. Don't say that. But yeah, poor Petra. Next stream we are going to start with Taku's route finally, and as I have told you, we are going to get his bad ending first and then the good ending. Mainly about exploring the psychology of various fucked up people, pretty much. And if you haven't noticed, they have laid us some tips here and there about Towa's past and things he doesn't like, he enjoys or whatnot. We will find out the reason for that eventually. And that was my main reason to keep playing, to discover why he's like that. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that. But yeah, I think with that, we don't know much about Towa. We will get a proper story of his background. Yeah, we are going to have that. Usually with all the Nitro Plus serial games, we always get the full story of most of the main characters, and obviously the protagonists, we get to know their full story throughout the whole life. So we will learn all about that, but we will take time. But yeah, time to see you guys tomorrow at the usual time for a stream on the purple platform. See you guys there. I still don't have an end screen, so this is going to cut out. Okay. Bye bye. See you all tomorrow. Bye.